Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order, the Peoria Unified School Board Executive Session on May 29th at 4:11 p.m. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1, Moment of Silence, 2.2, Pledge of Allegiance and Preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to run through with us?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to 3, convene executive session. 3.1, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A letter 3 and A letter 4. Number 4, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys for the public body, and instruct the attorneys on the board's position regarding contracts that are subject of negotiation or in pending or complicated litigation on the following topics: A, response to non-discrimination equal opportunity complaint, policy AC and regulation ACR. B, agreement between the district and Elevate Ed AZ. C, agreement between the Arizona Board of Regents, ABOR, for and on behalf of Arizona State Universities, ASU Helos Decision Center for Educational Excellence. D, IEP language regarding additional adult assistance, AAA. So I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to convene executive session for the aforementioned items.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit? Yes. Mrs. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. So we will convene an executive session. Thank you. All right. So we're going to move now to number 4, adjourn executive session, 4.1 adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting, executive session meeting adjourned. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on May 29th at 6 p.m. All board members are present for this evening. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 Moment of Silence, and 2.2 Pledge of Allegiance and Preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mr. Toby, would you like to lead us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to 3 address agenda, 3.1 address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. I am going to recommend that we move 12.2 up to 7.1. It's the Elevate Ed AZ, and it'll be moved up to 7.1 for opening action items.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself to move 12.2 up to 7.1, and then a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote. And just so everybody is aware in the public that had comments on that, I will make note of them so that you will speak on that item.
President Rooks, members of the boards, could I get who first and second that motion?
First was myself, and a second was made by Mrs. Bowles.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Well, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, guests that have joined us tonight. We are so glad to have so many of you here in the boardroom. For those of you who may be streaming and joining us live tonight, we are recognizing some incredible employees in the Peoria Unified School District. And I'll just start by sharing one of the things that we hear time and time again. And once you're a part of this district, you do truly just feel is what is so special about Peoria are our people. They really are the heartbeat of this place. And they do so much in all of their different roles to support the students of this district. And so we are honored, we are excited for them. We're a little sad to see them go, but tonight we are recognizing our retirees that are moving on to do some other things after this school year, a few of which are coming back and returning to join us and continue serving in some different capacities in the district, but we're very pleased to be here tonight. So we had a reception prior to the meeting to get an opportunity to mingle with some of them and enjoyed some of those conversations and hearing the stories from really their very storied careers that each of them have had either in our district or in public education. And we just want to thank them on behalf of the district for their service. Not all were able to be here with us tonight. We know many of them had some special celebrations either with their departments or at their school sites, and so we hope that they felt celebrated for the work that they did here in our district. But for those that were able to join us tonight, we did want to take just a couple of moments to recognize them and recognize their service. So many of them that I know are here in the room. When you hear me call your name, if you wouldn't mind just standing, we want to give each one of you individually a big round of applause for the work that you have done and for the service that you have provided. I didn't do the quick math before I came in. I may turn to our CFO to see if she can follow along with me for the grand total at the end for their combined years of service. She loves when I put her on the spot with the quick math, but she's quite capable. But I do want to begin. We have actually a number of our retirees tonight at that 23-year mark. So I want to start with them, and I'll start first with Kathy Ganem, who was most recently at Vistancia Elementary School. With 23 years of service, and we want to thank her so much. I'll note when she walked in today with some special guests that are joining her, I was informed that her mom also served in our district for 30 years. And want to thank both of them for their service. Next, we have Rebecca Fitzpatrick, a social worker, and Rebecca has been with us for 22 years. She's currently in that social worker position at Skyview Elementary School. Thank you so much. For your service. Thank you for your service. Next, we have, also with 23 years of service, Stacy Biondolillo. Stacy, 23 years school bus driver, so important in our district, and we want to thank her so much for her service. I want to give another quick shout out her son who is here with us tonight, and I was also informed K through 12 in our district and an Ironwood High School graduate, so we always want to take a moment to point that out. Next, I want to recognize Jeff Southwick, also with 23 years of service. Jeff, standing in the back. He is currently ELA 8th grade teacher at Country Meadows Elementary School, but having been in our district for quite some time, some of you may be familiar with his time serving in the arts, really gifted with TV and film and photography, and so thank you, Jeff, for your service to our district. Next, I'd like to recognize, with 25 years of service, Tricia Cheshnika, PTS 5th grade teacher. You can't help but notice her University of I'm Done t-shirt that she's sporting there in the back. And also I want to mention recent hometown hero for the city of Peoria. She was recognized, so thank you so much for your service. Next, I'd like to recognize Margot Valenti, a special education teacher. Margot, right in front. With 25 years of service. Thank you for your service to our school district. I'll move on and recognize, with 30 years of service, Kelly Nelson, 2nd grade at Peoria Elementary. Very highly decorated teacher in our district, and recall many recognitions with our Pride of Peoria and Kellis Awards, so congratulations to you. And now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize, with 40 years of service, and all at the exact same place, Oakwood Elementary School, Cindy Courts, currently, yes. Currently supporting intervention at Oakwood Elementary School with 40 years and quite a memorable career she has had there. I fondly remember because I was there for one of those years in her first grade class. So Mrs. Court's my first grade teacher, and we thank you so much for your service. She may or may not even have the picture to prove it on her this evening, so I'll let you stop her to get a glimpse of that, but a very special career indeed. I want to just quickly check to see if there was anybody maybe that didn't sign in that I missed before I move on to a couple of district level recognitions. So I believe he's here in the room. Oh, I've spotted him. From our district level, quite bittersweet as we are saying farewell from this chapter to our Director of Arts Education. And many of you know him and have just seen his work throughout our district, touching every single one of the schools and our community, as countless have really enjoyed not only his work, but the support he's provided to so many other of our arts educators has absolutely elevated arts education in this community, recognized across the state and nation. Can't speak enough to the caliber of individual that he is and the heart that he has for this district and to our students. He will be so greatly missed, Mr. Robert Panzer. And I want to make sure we include his count, Ms. Myers, but that's 29 years of service from Mr. Panzer. Two other special recognitions and retirements that I want to take a moment to recognize, and truly on behalf of our cabinet team. Mrs. Laura Vesley, who was unable to be here with us tonight, but overseeing our human resources. She served in a number of different areas in our school district, supporting special education, serving as a principal, and just a number of other roles. She has been just such a valued member of our team, and we are just so grateful for her service over the years. We will miss her dearly, but we are wishing her well in her retirement, and she most certainly deserves a big round of applause as well. And I also want to take a quick moment to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Michelle Myers. And I know we mentioned her retirement at a previous board meeting. Meticulous is the word that comes to mind, but certainly leading our district with the utmost clarity, with vision. If you know her well enough, you'd know she's so funny too. I mean, she just has the absolute best sense of humor that she brings to all things. And it's truly just been a joy to have her as a part of this district. We will so greatly miss both her skill and the love that she brings to all that she does. And Ms. Myers, we just appreciate you so much. So congratulations on your retirement. And I know there were many others, again, that weren't able to join us tonight, and we just want to thank them for all that they have done to support our district over the years. I think another one of the things that makes us so special are so many come into this school district and they stay. And it's just a real testament to the culture that we have built and to the way that we value and care for our people. And so to all of those that are going out and moving on to something else or coming back to enjoy a few more years with us, we're grateful for all of your work and support for our district. And President Rooks, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Board members, do you have any comments? Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. I just want to say thank you all for your service and time with us. It's really appreciated. I love that when we see not only a teacher, but their parent here who also taught in the district and so forth. I think I think it was last year I was at one of the retirement luncheons, and it was talked about the number of hours of service that those individuals had, and it was in the thousands because there was a good 20 or 30 people in that room. Thank you to the staff who makes sure that Peoria is a district that people want to come to and want to work and want to stay and continue their good work here, and that bring their families back. So I just really want to say thank you. I appreciate all your time and your work, and I hope that you enjoy your retirement. Check in with us, let us know how you're doing, and certainly if you ever want to come back even for substitute position, there's always positions open, so don't forget about that. So, but thank you. Thank you.
And Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments?
Ms. Myers, did you get, what is the year total?
Thank you, President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit. If I include Mrs. Vesely and my years of service, it's a combined 286 years with our retirees this
That
evening.
is amazing. So I think about that 286 years divided out between days, and in each day, how many students per day each of you touched. I mean, that number, I'm no Miss Myers, but very large number. The amount of lives that each of you touched, I don't think will ever be known and will ever be measured. But the more I get involved on a macro scale, the more I'm convinced that the world has changed, that people's lives are changed in those one-on-one interactions. And so to each of you that poured in and nurtured our students and our district, and were those people that were those touch points that were bringing change into their lives, thank you. There's no amount that we can quantify of the impact that you've had. But really, I don't know that there's any greater calling or more impactful calling than working with children in the educational sphere. And so thank you, thank you, thank you for dedicating your lives to pouring in so much love and commitment to the children of our community.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have comments?
I do. Thank you. And that's not nearly enough to say. I know where I am in this room, I see faces that I've seen over the years working as colleagues, and in the thick of it with behavior kids and all that, and the good, the bad, and the ugly kind of days. But just amazing staff. Some of which I didn't get to work with some of you, but I do want to give this pin to a teacher that I did work with, and it is a pin that we give out for leading with excellence. Worked 25 years in the district, and we worked at several different schools. Yeah, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes of many, many years. And to see, your students come back, that was always a highlight for me. And obviously to be successful and come back, but just thank you. And your community members above all, and we appreciate that. So thank you. I'm going to walk down to give the pin, and Mr. Toby is going to go on it.
We can clap first, Bowles. It's okay. All right, Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Just the simple words of thank you. There's really not anything that we could do or say to repay some of the kindness and the impact that you've had on our students. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you and touring some of your classrooms and having side conversations, and I'm in awe that you guys have dedicated, so much of your time and your efforts into the future of what our society is. And the pin that Mrs. Bowles just handed out, it says on the top of it, shaper of tomorrow. You guys have been the shapers of tomorrow. And it's exciting to see what that tomorrow looks like because of your guys' dedication. I think it's interesting that there's few people in society that we really recall or can tell a story at a house party, right? We always know a story of when you come into contact with the police, right? Whenever you have that contact. And we always know the story of an educator that touched our lives. And so thank you for being a very visible and impactful part of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you to all of the staff. What I love seeing is the variety of staff in the different areas. A bus driver, Stacy, thank you. That is amazing to see 23 years because you're the first thing that they see getting on the bus to get to school. So thank you for that. Gren, I've Sydney Courts. I went to your school a couple weeks ago and bestowed the pin as well because she's been leading with excellence for almost 40 years, working with students in the reading intervention program at Oakwood. That's just amazing. And all of the employees, thank you, not just as a board member, but also as a mom who has kids in this district. I know that one of you, Mrs. Ganem, was, sorry, Mr. Crank. My oldest is kindergarten teacher. He just graduated 8th grade. So I know that you touched him in kindergarten and helped him grow to where he is now too. So thank you to all of you for your dedication to the students in this district and making sure that they have the future that they need to succeed. So thank you again. And I don't know if anybody wants to take a photo. We can step out of the way so that you can celebrate this great occasion. But we will leave that up to you guys and Mrs. Airy if you'd like to come back. Yeah, okay. All right.
With our retirees, if you wouldn't mind coming up and just standing right in front here.
All right, now we're going to move on to 5 opening public comment. So if anybody does want to leave now, I can wait a few minutes. Have a great night. Yes. All right, so 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have 2 public comments. You will have 3 minutes. First up is Anthony Campbell. I can go to I'll come right back to you. That's fine. Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinets. My name is Trina Berg, President of Peoria Education Association. I know that our state legislature right now is on a break. However, I am asking that you take time to contact your elected officials and ask them to put forward and support a clean renewal of Prop 123. Every single staff member in this district has a financial, I want to say gain, but it was a gain when Prop 123 passed. Every single employee in this district would be affected if Prop 123 changes. Every single employee in this district would potentially take a pay cut depending on what is passed. What we really need to do right now is just pass a clean Prop 123 renewal. And I ask that you, as our governing board members, support your staff and openly contact your elected officials and ask them to put forth and renew just a clean version. They can work on the other stuff, all the other things they wanted to add to it, they can do that separately, but this should just be a clean renewal. Quick background, Prop 123 was passed because the state decided to not fund our base level funding during the recession in 2008, around that time period, and had to be sued to restore our funding. And so the solution, I guess if you want to call it, was to settle for pennies on a dollar of what we were owed as far as back payment, and that was done through Prop 123. That was literally supposed to be just for school funding to bring us back to what we were supposed to be when they reset the base level funding at that time. So again, I just ask that you very openly and publicly contact your elected officials and ask for that clean renewal of Prop 123. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anthony Campbell, are you good, laptop?
I'd like to talk about the social worker and the counselor policies. All of the policies have been passed, and I'm sure everyone here has moved on but it's affecting students, and I don't know if you all know that. The last week of school, I talked with my school social worker, and I thanked her because she helped me a lot this year, and she said she was leaving, and I asked why. She said it was because of the board and all of the policy changes. They kind of forced her to leave, and she had to find a new school, and I asked who would take her place, and she said she didn't know. I asked if we would even have a social worker next semester. She said maybe not. So, and till further notice, our school doesn't really have a social worker, and it's obviously not a good thing. I pass by her office a lot, and there's usually a kid in there talking to her. She helps a lot of kids, and she helped me a lot this year too. I'm moving, and having someone there to talk to about like the moving process and just change in general, it helped me out a lot. She's a very valuable resource to me and everyone in that school, but now she's been forced to leave. And on top of that, I found out some schools in this district don't have a social worker either. I think it was Cactus doesn't have one, Peoria High School doesn't. I'm sure a few elementary schools don't have one, and they might as well add Ironwood to that list. I'm also moving to Peoria, so if I go to Peoria High School and them not having a social worker is true, I won't really have that resource anymore. Neither will any kid who is struggling or needs someone to talk to. They won't have that resource. And same goes for Cactus, same goes for Ironwood, same goes for plenty of other schools in this district, I'm sure. I don't know if you can go back and change any of those policies or enact new ones, but I would do something, just anything as soon as I could. Despite what some members of the board or what some parents think about social workers, they're a very important resource for our schools, and enacting policies, forcing them out of their jobs and making it harder for them to be hired is going to have negative consequences for everyone, the students and parents included. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Moving on to 6, board and superintendent comments. 6.1, board member comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. We got the opportunity, all of us here, to attend so many recognitions of our students. There was senior awards ceremonies that we got to be a part of. I went to Liberty High School and Centennial High School, and also got to go over to the Met to see their senior awards programs. We got an opportunity to be invited to see the 8th grade promotions. I went to Heritage, Marshall Ranch, Zuni, and Coyote Hills. And then we got to have the opportunity to be at all of the high school graduations. And all I can say is the energy and enthusiasm from the parents and the students, excited about their next adventure. It was really just breathtaking. I got an opportunity to go to the Flex Academy graduation as well. And with all of our high schools, not only did we have record number of scholarships at our high school graduations. There was actually money that was thrown in the air by one of our high school students as they were crossing the stage, so it was raining money. I want to give a big shout out to Peoria Flex Academy. They had their record number of graduates at that school, which is amazing, and $1,500 in scholarships at that school. Absolutely amazing. Mrs. Jacobs, you run an amazing program over there, and we appreciate you, and you give kids a safe place to land, so I really appreciate that. It was amazing, and it was great to see the staff so proud of their students, and the parents very proud. And then Mr. Toby and I got an opportunity to go to the E-Campus, the first one of its kind. So it was just a really wonderful, lovely work and a great celebration of all the hard work that happens in all of our buildings and with all of our staff and the accomplishments of all of our students and so forth. So it was really wonderful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Mrs. Proudfit, comments.
I just wanted to say congratulations to all of our graduates and thank our admin staff, our site staff, for the incredible job with graduations. I was able to attend Liberty and Centennial's senior awards. I was able to attend PTS, Sunflower, Desert Valley, Park Ridge, and Copperwoods 8th grade promotions, and then thankfully, because of my schedule, I'm able to attend all of the high school graduations. So we kind of park at State Farm Stadium and bring outfit changes to match the school colors and are able to celebrate all of those students. I don't want to be repetitive, but I did want to highlight two things. Number one, the board at one of the graduations, we gave a Leading with Excellence pin to Miss Melissa Duguid, who is the AP at Peoria High School. She moved over there from Sunrise Mountain and really just jumped right in and has really been such an asset to that community. And then I did want to highlight Cactus. Mrs. Ewing mentioned about scholarships, and I feel like every year we break our own records for scholarships. But Cactus is our smallest high school, and they had $23 million. Like the largest amount of scholarships came from Cactus, and just what an incredible job Principal Hammer is doing over at Cactus. It really impressed me because it's notable when you're sitting up there, you see the size difference, and so the amount of scholarship money that came out of there was absolutely incredible. But congratulations to all of our students. I'm super excited about that scholarship number and excited to see where they all go in the future.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, board comments.
I was going to say that about Cactus, but I'll just say I'm a Peoria parent and a Cactus mom of three students with my foster as well. Go Cobras, they are the smallest school and they had the most scholarships. It was an honor to be able to speak at that graduation. There's not a word to describe. It seems so small up there on the stage. But when you're a parent, and I remember, with the graduations, and it seems so big, when you're out in the audience. But it was amazing. I was able to attend both Cactus and Peoria. Also was able to hand out diplomas, and it was a lot of fun. They were very excited. It was a lot of fun for all of us to be together, handing those diplomas out. And then I didn't realize that I would have some friends up on the stage to be able to hand me the diploma, so that was kind of cool. And then Vistancia, I did go to their 8th grade graduation promotion. Mr. Nuttall was next to me, I think. And I said, wow, they're so nervous. Either their hands are so clammy and cold, or because some of us were stood so close together, they were like this, and you could see on their face, shake a hand, because they were so nervous. So I would put my fist to just fist bump, and they would grab my hand because they were so nervous. And I said, I miss when my kids were this age, and he's like, you miss being, I said, no, I never said I miss being this awkward age. I said, but I do miss it. So it was a lot of fun, a lot of energy. So that's all.
Clerk Tobin, board comments.
Yeah, so it was fun last week, enjoying all the graduations and all the promotions, and thanks to the staff and the rest of the board for helping, tag team and divide and conquer so we can make everything. It was a wild week for sure. But I do agree with Mrs. Proudfit, like the sunflower promotion, that was pretty special. That was something great to see. And then also the e-campus where we had our 21 graduates for the first time, and hopefully a repeat. I think that really kind of touches my heart when it comes to, we notice that these kids that, well, from whatever circumstance, whether it's they're in foster care or whether they have life complications, that can go full-time online. And we have that ability, that safety net to kind of catch those students that don't necessarily fit the I'm going to high school every day mold. And it was really an honor to be part of that first celebration. So. And I will say Liberty High School award ceremony, that was also with Mr. Duguid, was pretty entertaining. I did notice the military enlistments that we had there, and Navy absolutely clean house. I will give them credit. They got 11 out of our students from Liberty High School. I asked the recruiter how he's doing it, because Air Force got like 2, Army got 1, Marines got 1. But he just talked about that connection. So good job for the Navy for recruiting our 11 students from Liberty. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Yes, so Ms. Bowles, what you were talking about with Mr. Nuttall, it was at Vistancia Elementary graduation, 8th grade graduation. Myself and her were at that graduation. Actually, my son graduated from 8th grade. So that was a pretty special moment to be able to give his diploma to him. And then I did plan a surprise with the assistant principals from Vistancia Elementary. They helped to work in a way for me to speak at the podium during the ceremony to surprise and congratulate Mrs. Megan Bennett on one of our Leading with Excellence pins. She had no idea, and they were just very cool on recognizing her. And so that was able to experience that. And yes, graduations, we were Liberty, Peoria High School, Centennial High School. What I loved about seeing each graduation is that they took it and made it their own. There was something special about each graduation and how the administration put it together for the students to make it exactly how it's been for their entire high school career. I just felt like that school spirit for each graduation really stood out. So that's always a great experience to see the students. Also, I did give another Leading with Excellence pin before the school break was over to the Cotton Bowl teacher. She was a teacher, but now she's reading interventionist, Mrs. Stephanie Rimby at Cotton Bowl. So that was pretty awesome to go and do that before school was let out. Also, I just wanted to say congratulations again to all the graduates, and I hope everybody enjoys a good summer break. And the last is I just want to share with our community, because I know there's been, I guess, some concerns out there on Scottsdale School Board had a discussion of Sabbath's curriculum, and it was mentioned of Peoria did it. And what I really want to focus in on is the amount of work and time that Dr. Hernandez and her team really dug into the Sabbath's curriculum for our district for social studies. And she was very precise. She worked with Sabbaths. They developed a letter. We went over that letter in our boardroom. It was very critiqued on what type of content is going to be in front of our students, and that it would focus on Arizona state standards. So I just wanted to share that with our community so that you really understand that there was a letter, there was a commitment from Sabbaths, and so that they are going to work with Dr. Hernandez to make sure of what's going in front of the children. So I just wanted to share that last little bit. And so with that, we'll move now on to 6.2, Superintendent Comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet guests. So in the spirit of continuing the celebration and recognition of all of our graduation ceremonies, I have also, in the spirit of numbers, some specifics. And I think we were doing like some over-unders on the stage. So the total number of graduates was 2,932 who collectively earned, and I'm going to make it 111 million because it was like rounding up by about $10,000. So $111 million worth of scholarships, which is a record amount, breaking last year's record by more than 12 million. So to echo all of your comments, and thank you again, Board, for your support and all of our amazing staff, and just fantastic ceremonies all the way around. We're excited, very excited, obviously, to see our graduates shape tomorrow as they embark on their post-graduation journeys. Also, we were recently informed a few weeks ago that some of our high school athletics teams were recognized by the AIA, not just for their athletic competition and prowess, but the sportsmanship awards that are displayed by our players, coaches, and parents. And the following teams were recognized: from Liberty, both boys basketball and swim and dive; from Ironwood, the boys basketball and baseball teams; and from Sunrise Mountain girls volleyball. So we want to congratulate again all of our players, coaches, and parents, and thank you for demonstrating leadership and sportsmanship on and off the field. Turning our attention now to the arts, Peoria Unified was recently recognized with the Best Communities for Music Education Award by the National Association for Music Merchants Foundation. We are the first district in the West Valley to receive this recognition, joining only 6 other districts in the state of Arizona. This award recognizes the valuable relationship between the district, our student performers, and the community that benefits from countless performance opportunities. And lastly, I want to continue sharing the positive stories of our staff that are shared with us from the community. Last week, we received an email from a parent who expressed appreciation to Mr. John DeLuca and Mr. Curtis Wagner. The parent shared that their child came off the bus every day smiling and full of joy. On the days when they would do parent pickup instead, their child would actually miss riding the bus. So thank you to Mr. John and Mr. Curtis for supporting our students before their school day starts and after it ends. And thank you to all of our amazing educators and staff in Peoria Unified for their commitment to student success. And that concludes my superintendent comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on now to 7 opening action items. 7.1, Elevate Ed AZ Memo of Understanding between the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and the Peoria Unified School District Amendment. Dr. Hernandez, I will let you present, and then we do have public comment tied to this line item.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. On May 8th, we brought forward a lengthy presentation describing the observed benefits of our partnership with Elevate Ed, which is an existing partner at Peoria High School and Ironwood High School. The item also requested the addition of Kellis High School and Cactus High School to that partnership. That evening, we discussed alignment to policy, resolution, and district values. I highlighted the current agreement and its 4 objectives of that partnership and showed examples about how the partnership is supporting access for all students to learning and opportunities connected to high-wage, high-demand industry sectors such as advanced manufacturing, architecture and construction, and information technology and cybersecurity, just to name a couple. We also examined the data that would be included in the program evaluation for those expectations to determine the effectiveness of our partnership and those initiatives such as our one-to-one student support, mock interviews, resume workshops, field trips, interview prep, and career fairs. During that time, we had discussion, and an updated memo of understanding has been attached to this item this evening for your review, and I would be available to answer any questions along with Mrs. Siegel.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. It's okay, board members, we're going to go through public comment, and then we can have Ms. Susan Siegel come up as well. All right, so you will have 3 minutes for public comment. First public comment is Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, board members, cabinet, Dr. Summers, and guests, and all those who are looking in on us online. I'm here to speak in support of this, and my reasons being is that, first of all, I feel like we have a commitment to our students to make, to give them the absolutely best education that we can, and this offers them absolutely fantastic opportunities that can transform their lives. With that all being said, I'd like to also remind the board that your primary duty is to make sure that these kids get a good education. And I can even read from the policy, policy AD, where it says that everything else is subordinate to the district's prime function of providing an education to the students. I know from the last meeting that there were some concerns about the agreement. I read the MOU, and I could not find anything objectionable in it. In fact, I found 3 statements that were in there that actually supported what this district is committed to. The first one was on page 7, Foundational Obligations, A3, where it says it requires the director, coaches, and other foundation employees, staff, and volunteers to follow the district policies, procedures, and so forth. The second one I found was on page 8, number 7, Arizona State Agency Provisions under non-discrimination. It reiterates the same thing. The last one, which to me was the most important, was on page 10, number 8, on compliance with applicable laws, and I will read that one. Each party shall comply with all applicable laws, ordinance, executive orders, rules, regulations, standards, and codes of federal, state, local governments, and governing board policies, whether or not specifically referenced in this agreement. And I'm rushing because I only have 1 minute left. So I would hopefully urge you to support this. Any personal biases that might be there, put them aside. You have absolute immunity, so you're not going to get in trouble if anything does happen with this. These situations are going to come up again in the future. I would like to close with a reference because I think this particular item fits so well with our district mission and statement, belief statement, especially number 1, and I know, President Rooks, this was your baby. And of course, it says that the mission of the district is to provide each student with an excellent education that empowers students to think critically and prepare students for a successful future. This lends itself perfectly to it. And to close, the last thing on that same belief statement, an opportunity all students will have an opportunity to strive to their highest potential. We will encourage all students on their journey towards the future. So
Thank
give
you.
yourselves a
Thank you.
button or a pin.
Thank you. Your
and
time.
Do your job.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next public comment is Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Rooks. My name is Trina Berg. I'm a teacher at Ironwood High School, and I watch my students go into our career center and work with the people from Elevate Ed. Our career, just the services we provide is amazing. I have students that have done the internships. I'm a parent of a future Ironwood student. I've got 1 year left in elementary school, and my son will then also be at Ironwood with me. And I also want him to have these opportunities. This is an amazing program. And the objections that were raised at the last board meeting, I sent 2 different emails to the board asking for the actual website that was read from, because I searched and could not find it. I know you guys talk about transparency a lot, and I never actually got a response, so I still have no idea where those websites are that was being read from. Everything that I could find did not say the DEI and all of the things that were objected to last time. I couldn't find it on any of the websites. So I still don't understand where the objections come from. Why would we get rid of a program that not only encourages teachers to get certified to teach dual enrollment classes, but also put our students into internships? It doesn't make any sense at all. I encourage you to please vote yes so we can not only continue but expand this program in our district. It would be a massive disservice to our students, all 36,000 of them, because they're all going to eventually be in high school, if we don't continue a program like this. So I'm asking you to vote yes on this MOU so that we can continue and expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment next is Christine, is it Kamanat? Kamanat? Kamanat.
Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, Dr. Summers, and guests. I'm a teacher at Ironwood High School. I'm in the CTE program. I specifically teach business, marketing, as well as early childhood. I'm here speaking in support of the MOU with Elevate Ed because I've had firsthand experience with the work that both Jasmine and Karina from Peoria have put together for my students. They both act as a direct resource to not only me as a staff member, they've helped me provide guest speakers from industry directly in my classroom, enhancing the curriculum that CTE provides our students, but they also provide direct support as well as empowering our students. Students working in unpaid and paid internships, they make those connections within the community, within our industry partners, to provide these experiences for our students. They help them they provide them with not only resume workshops, but one-on-one opportunities to review those resumes, beef them up, get them ready, as well as provide mock interviews. In particular, we had a Dress for Success event that helped my DECA students, providing them with business professional wardrobes. She brought that directly to our campus. In particular, for my class, Jasmine made the connection with the Arizona Small Business Association and brought in their director of marketing to speak not only with my students in the marketing class about social media and preparing themselves with free certifications, she also spoke with my business class about entrepreneurship. And finally, I've had several of my students work in internships, and I had the opportunity to sit in on one of the meetings virtually where they spoke to my student about the skills that she was going to need, and they were pleasantly surprised that our high school student had those skills already as a junior to work as an intern for their marketing program, specifically guiding their social media presence and branding. I'm asking you to continue allowing Elevate Ed to provide this support as well as expand to the campuses that need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Abigail Herrera. Did I say that right? Okay.
Good evening, President and members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, and guests. My name is Abby Herrera, and I'm currently a rising senior at Ironwood High School. I'm here tonight to share just how much the Elevate Ed Arizona AZ program has impacted my life, as well as lives of many other students. This year, I had the incredible opportunity to work as a paid marketing intern with a nonprofit called Oakley's Oath. It was one of the most valuable experiences I have ever had because I was working in the real world, because I was applying what I've learned in school and growing skills in a way that felt meaningful. This program gave students as young as freshmen and sophomores the opportunity to step into real careers. It showed us that our age doesn't limit our potential when we're giving the right tools and support. That internship impacted me immensely. Not only did my marketing skills improve, but they opened up doors to other opportunities as well. I was selected to serve as Ironwood High School student body historian for this upcoming year, and I was also elected as Arizona DECA's Vice President of Marketing. These marketing-based leadership opportunities were made possible because of Elevate Ed, and they gave me the chance to develop real skills that set me apart. Elevate Ed focuses on placing students in industries where we're truly needed as students. I know that Jasmine Young, for example, one of Elevate Ed AZ's internship coordinators that worked with Ironwood, works hard to ensure that students like me, especially those working in underrepresented fields such as marketing, get placed where we are needed and where we can thrive. Further on Ms. Young, as mentioned by Ms. Quant, she brought in the Arizona Small Business Association that I got the opportunity to not only hear from while sitting in on a class, but further got to communicate with because they got to help me in my personal life with the small business that I run. It also works hard to support students in Title I schools, which is something that our community truly needs. I understand that there's a lot of things to consider when it comes to programs and priorities, but I hope the district continues to see the immense value in Elevate Ed, because when students get real-world paid opportunities to discover their strengths early on, we become more motivated, more confident, and more prepared for the future. Thank you so much for your time, and I ask for you to please continue believing in the potential of your students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Russ Dunham.
Good evening, everybody. President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, guests. Good evening. All right, I think we kind of went through in like this incredible time of year, right? Graduation, and appreciate all you guys being at those things, spending the time. That celebration, that milestone, right? As we kind of culminate kindergarten to 12th grade and get those kids graduated to learning across that stage. It's a truly remarkable moment, feeling. I think that's half our job, right? I really think like we want our high school experience to be a really benefit, our entire Peoria Unified experience from I get to be there at the tail end. I'm an Ironwood High School principal there. I should probably say that at some point. Anyways, they get to be there at the tail end of it. But I think the goal is that experience to be, everything it should be, but it's what we do after it, I think, is truly the mark of who we are as a district, right? And we hear the things, shaper of tomorrow, prepared to meet tomorrow, successful future. So it's that next step. So I found my way here tonight just because, and when it comes down to it, there's two schools in our district that had the privilege and to have this on their campus, and we were one of them. And I've been lucky to be in this district 27 years. In a short time, a one-year program, it just had a massive impact on our campus. And as we get into this, really kind of what it did for us. So Mrs. Padilla, we have a tremendous career center counselor, great school counselors. They all work towards this end year. The scholarship totals are incredible, right? All those things. We do a really good job here, but we can always do better. We can always find a way. And what this program did for us is things we really couldn't do, right? So they really focused a lot on high-wage, high-demand jobs, right? So half of Ironwood students go to some sort of college, right? Junior college, university, training, those types of things. Half don't. So can we connect them with like a high-wage, high-demand job? Can they get credentials while in high school? Elevate Ed helps us do that. So they focus on dual enrollment credits, so that's that college part, but they also focus on credentials, internships, those types of things. Job shadows, interview process, mentioned Dress for Success. Like our kids, some don't have the money to get a suit, a tie, a dress, and then these people came in and they have it now. So they provide all those things. At Ironwood's campus, we added 2 dual enrollment teachers, which, and that's, school is costly. Their support, there is funds and compensation and support for teachers and students to do these things. This clock is going so fast. 18 internships that we got to do, interviews, those types of things. I'll try to say this quickly. I greatly respect all the work you have to do, the policies, the procedures, the legal side of it, and protecting us in that view of it. I just want you to know, and I'll say as quickly as I can, this had a massive impact on Ironwood High School. We are a better place because of it. Like, it is something that made us better, we learned a ton, all those things. It was massively important for our kids at school. So if there's some area where we could keep this program, if it makes sense, I hope it is, because it was massive for us. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comment. All right, that concludes our public comments on that item. So Ms. Susan Siegel, if you'd like to come up, I think board members had questions for you, so we can go through questions and comments first. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Well, I know that we can't really talk about what was said behind the doors there, but I would like to get a, if you look at the things that are added to this MOU here, I'd love to get kind of a high-level review of the added language and how that would protect us and how that would meet some of the concerns that were addressed in our last board meeting. If you can offer that to us, that would be great.
Certainly. Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, I will be happy to explain what we explained, in fact, to Elevate AZ and to the members of the public that are either here or listening in. I looked at, from a legal perspective, the proposed agreement, and there were a few changes that I recommended, and I'll go over them real quickly. One is to the non-discrimination clause, which was quoted by one of your speakers quite astutely, but we added to that equal educational opportunity or equal education opportunity. That means there is no discrimination based upon, for example, race, color, national origin in the educational opportunities that are given to your students that are in this Elevate AZ program. The second change was the termination clause. There was a 90-day termination clause. Either party can terminate it for any reason they want or no reason at all. And we asked to change that to 30 days. The last part, under what they would abide by, which is on page 10, section 8H, we added, in addition to policies, we added resolutions. If you recall, this board adopted a resolution of equal education opportunity. You have a policy of equal education opportunity, and we incorporated that. There are 3 other clauses that we asked to add that are what we call boilerplate, meaning they're commonly or included in public contracts such as this. Either they're included or they're required by statute. And we added those. One is the non-appropriation clause. If you don't have the money to help with this program, you can bow out. The other is to incorporate all the mandatory terms that the legislature, in its wisdom over the years, requires us to do. And the third is to make sure that the MOU is governed by the laws of the state of Arizona. I'm happy to report that Elevate AZ agreed to all of those changes, and I believe it's redlined in your version that's posted on the screen. I know what some of your concerns have been because I watched the public meeting to make sure, and I believe the Equal Education Opportunity Edition addresses any concerns you might have had about DEI affecting equal opportunity of students. And I think that language will take care of it. In addition, you have the opportunity to monitor and have the opportunity, if it isn't complied with, to bow out of the agreement at any time, given 30 days notice.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for Mrs. Siegel. I might have some comments with regards to the program later.
Okay. Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions for Ms. Siegel?
Well, I kind of just wanted to give a little context for someone who might not understand why this is being questioned. As this current administration has brought down executive orders in regards to DEI, as a board, we want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and meeting with our council to ensure that we are creating agreements that will not jeopardize any federal funding or making sure that we are in alignment moving into the future. And I think you did a beautiful job of letting the public know exactly where we are at with that. So I just want to say thank you to the board for being so diligent, to our legal counsel, and to Dr. Hernandez for making sure that we dot every I and cross every T for the best outcome for our students.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions for Ms. Siegel?
For sake of, this might not be a question for you, so I'll wait for a minute to ask that question I was just going to ask. You said it, and I want to make sure that everyone listening heard it, and that is the law is only as good as it can be enforced. You said it at the very end of what you said. Well, how can we enforce our policies in respect to Elevate Ed AZ if they don't comply with executive orders, policies in our district?
Mrs. Rooks, or President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the board, well, there's several ways. First of all, your administration is pretty much on top of this. They know what your priorities are. You've made them known, and they know what your policies are. Plus, in this agreement itself, it agrees that the persons that are going to be delivering these services will adhere to the policies of the governing board. If you find that there's an infraction, there's no complete guarantee that somebody's going to follow the law. But if you find that there is an infraction through constant monitoring, interaction with the program, then you have a 30-day notification and you can terminate the agreement.
Thank you. So before I ask this next question, it's probably going to be more directed toward Ms. Hernandez, unless we want to wait for me asking that question.
I can sit down with her.
Well, okay.
It's fine, yes.
So before I ask that question, just to make it clear, nobody up here wants to take away programs from students that are successful, but we do have to adhere to executive orders or we will lose federal funding. That's a real thing. Not always an easy job. I've been out there and I've been in the classroom. We have programs like DECA, CTE, WestMec. We've got a lot of programs out there. I know this is in addition to that. And so I just want to make it clear that we're not just cutting programs because of, for the fun of it. And they have had, meaning Elevate Ed and Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation, have had on their website and a lot of deep into DEI, even teaching advocacy for DEI at one point. So that's why we were so concerned. So just so it's clear, we're not here to take programs away, but we are here to gatekeep because we would lose funding. So my next question's, the grant ends. How can we be prepared as a district or not to continue? Because anytime we're doing a program off a grant, it's not continuous unless we have a plan now.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I'm going to borrow from Principal Dunham's example. I think he articulated beautifully how our high school counselor, our district career specialist, and the Elevate coach are working as a team. And as they work as a team, and we know that the Elevate coach brings those industry connections to support, as we heard one of our students refer to, that opportunity for that internship piece. As those connections come in, our team is learning those as well, building those same relationships. So that is the impetus for that sustainability and how we would go about building that out. And as I think another part of our vision forward is how we build out internally the career specialist position. Perhaps a proposal could be moving from a classified to a certified opportunity to create some longevity in those positions, to bring in some different backgrounds, maybe our second career colleagues that want to come in and do that type of work. It opens up that door to have that kind of expansion to create that sustainability.
Can you just, for the sake of again, the hearer, explain what our career specialists, what that role is, what do they specialize in, what degree do they have? That is our district employee when you're speaking.
Certainly. President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles. So the career specialist is a district position. It requires a minimum of a high school diploma. We have one at each of our high schools, and they are M&O funded. It is a minimum wage position, and so we do turn that position over frequently at our sites, and so we lose a little momentum there as we are bringing a new person up to speed as one transitions out. And so that is what that position does, and it really works to support our students across our campuses in partnership with their school counselor and their CTE teachers and all of their teachers to find that career pathway to support, the courses they need to take in order to get to where they want to go.
So just again, to be clear, that we have a district employee that with a high school diploma with a Elevate Ed coach putting together programs for students that then meet with counselors, meet with principals, but that first point of contact is a graduate of high school degree employee.
I would say the minimum requirement is that high school diploma for that particular position. I don't have for sure each 7 of them what their degree status is, but I know the requirements for the position are a minimum of a high school diploma.
I guess not so much there. I just wanted the public to hear that first off, but the point of contact being a high school graduate, and I just wanted them to know that.
Certainly.
So that's all I have.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, I think everybody answered the questions, and thank you for doing the legwork on this to ensure that the concerns that we had as a board were properly addressed and reflected in the MOU. This is obviously the direction, as many people know, that we're moving, and it's nice to see that Elevate Ed is willing to pivot with us and our expectations.
So I do have just 2 questions because I just wrote them down. They just came into my head, and then I'll go into my comments for you. Sorry, Hernandez. Sorry. Sorry. I guess with when we started this in 2023, can you walk me through the process of the partnership with Elevate Ed starting at Peoria High and then branching into Ironwood? How did you guys work the process of when we have 7 high schools in the district? What, I guess, selection criteria did you determine for the order of schools that you're looking at?
Certainly, and if we want to move to the slide that says recommendation for governing board consideration from the original presentation. So in year 1 of our partnership, which began at Peoria High School, we selected Peoria High School because of all of our high schools, Peoria High draws the highest number of co-enrollments, representing the greatest opportunity for student impact. Students from around our district come to Peoria High School to take advantage of the MET Professional Academy, the agricultural program there, welding, and along with advanced manufacturing careers such as automation and robotics. For year 2, Ironwood was invited to join the program as their existing career and college support team's strength, as Mr. Dunham referenced nicely, could bolster the impact of the dual enrollment expansion and the earning of industry credentials. In addition, for Cactus and Kellis, the opportunity to increase the students completing dual enrollment courses in high-wage, high-demand areas aligns well with replicating the early success we've seen. So we've identified those particular schools as needing that support for enrollments in the dual enrollment area. They have the fewest numbers. We wanted to bolster that piece up. With the early success at Peoria and Ironwood, Elevate supporting those schools, as a district, we feel like then we're able to utilize our resources to support our other schools that don't have that Elevate coach yet.
Okay, thank you. So I know it was, I guess, brought up of a what document. I know there was a concern about what document was read at the last meeting. I don't know that because I did not see fellow board member Janelle Bowles' computer, what she pulled up. I can just share with you what I did find and how it correlates to where we're at today with Dr. Hernandez and what she worked with Elevate Ed. So the RAMP Cybersecurity Education and Workforce Development Notice of Funding Opportunity, this was dated March 25th, 2024. It did have in there, so this is the grant narrative. It stated that they had prioritized diversity, equity, inclusion is an essential requirement in strategies intended to diversify the cybersecurity workforce. It had that some of the characteristics that they were focusing on is the diversity, equity, inclusion. So it was a lot of the same type of terminology that was seen through the grant narrative last year. And so I would like to see, whenever it does become available for this cycle, what is their grant narrative focus at the federal level? Because I know that there are changes at the federal level right now. And then I also had found, and I know Hernandez, I had sent this to her, it's the Elevate Ed Cybersecurity Pathway Initiative led by the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation. It says they have an emphasis on increasing opportunities that the project will provide Arizona students, especially students of color. And so that's right here. Those are the things that I found after that board meeting last week. It also stated Helos Education Foundation had an annual report in 2023 on Elevate Ed, and it stated that access to the coursework is not equitable with dual enrollment. Less than a quarter of Arizona high school students take at least one dual enrollment course before they graduate, while Latino students have even lower participation rates. They have the focus on the equity language was all throughout this little paper. So I know that those are from different years, and so that's where my concern come from, is that now that we do have all these federal regulations coming down, and there are incidences where school districts across the country are having their funding pulled for not following the regulations coming down, that's where I don't want to take that risk. And so I appreciate Dr. Hernandez really working with Elevate Ed and ensuring that. And I just feel that, with the pending vote tonight, if there is an opportunity to work with Elevate Ed to add a subject clause into the contract MOU for not promoting DEI in or through educational opportunities. Because I know we're doing the Chamber Foundation, but if there is a way to add that in down the road so that we're really we're leading the way, we're taking charge, we're leading with excellence and following those regulations. And I just think that the community will be able to understand that language piece added in there of, hey, we're not going to work with a company that is going to go against federal regulations, but then also we want to provide those for students. That absolutely what Mrs. Bowl said, this is not about, I don't want to take away anything from students at all. I would never want that. I have a kid that's going to high school too. I do not want that, but I also have to look at, from a governing perspective, of these federal regulations. And then I'm also looking at what I ran on in my election and what I promised to the people who voted me in. And so if I just go back on my word and what I said, if I don't at least try to come up with a plan so that we are ensuring that we follow all these pieces, then my word means nothing. And so that's just where I really wanted to explain it. And so that's what I'm most comfortable with, is having some type of subject clause, because I know we're at the deadline. I know that we're on a time crunch, but if there is a way to add that in language of a subject clause that Elevate Ed will not promote DEI in or through their educational opportunities, that they are willing to focus on every student, regardless of anything, to help them succeed. And that's kind of where I was going for. So if anybody else has comments they want to make, because I see everybody looking at me. So Ms. Bowles, go ahead first, and I'll go back down the
I
line.
just have one question for you, President Ricks. Is that something we need to vote on, or is that something that we can just say we would like to have that clause in there?
So that would have to be a motion, I believe, but Susan Siegel can answer that too.
President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the board, I see three ways of doing it. As I understand it, because of hiring, because we're in almost June, you need to act on this, which of course is 5 of you must vote. So you can either adopt it as they've agreed to today, or up there on the screen, and ask that your superintendent and your deputy superintendent, do I have it right? Titles are hard sometimes for me. Your deputy superintendent negotiate after you've signed it an addendum. And if it doesn't work out, you have 30 days to cancel it. On the other hand, you can approve it subject to that clause being in there. But if the Elevate AZ says no, then you are without a contract and they'll have to go on and offer the program to another school district.
Ms. Bowles, does that answer your question? But yes, that answered mine too. If you are not ready yet, we can go to the next person because I know everybody else had questions down there. So we're just doing questions and comments for Ms. Siegel. Mrs. Proudfit.
I wanted to say, Abigail, you spoke beautifully. Very, very articulate young woman. You know, in business, we have a saying that's called your unique value proposition. And essentially, the unique value proposition is what sets you apart from your competitors. Here at PUSD, I believe one of our strongest unique value propositions is preparing students not just for post-secondary educational opportunities, but truly preparing them for the future. We have unmatched programs in CTE are met. This totally supports our unique value proposition. So in addition to providing our students that we currently have, I do believe that this is going to be continuing to further our district. You know, I say this all the time, but education to me is not about getting kids to college. It's about providing them opportunities to create a life that they choose, to have meaningful interactions in the world. And this seems to be, we have proof of concept, right? We heard from Principal Dunham. We have proof of concept of what this is already doing at Ironwood, and as we did our due diligence ensuring that this does not put us at odds with the federal government, that it does not put our funding in jeopardy, which we needed to do as a board, we have proof of concept of what the potential is for this in our district. You mentioned the Dress for Success, which I think is incredible. I think this really hits on a lot of things that truthfully, as a mother who's now had 2 kids graduate high school, sometimes we miss some pieces. You know, we have so many standards, but resume writing, being able to dress for success. I know Principal Jacobs has similar things she does with her flex students to ensure that they understand and know how to have successful interviews to create opportunity for themselves. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I really appreciate the focus that we've had on sustainability. It's no secret that I'm a board member who does not like programs being created off of grants, because what do you do when the grant's over? And grants can go away at any time. So I appreciate our diligence in ensuring that what we are providing students does have a plan forward regardless of grant cycles. I think any time as a school district, and I will say particularly in this political time that we're in, anytime we can do anything to build bridges between our school district and the community creates a stronger community. And so I'm really grateful to hear that we are legally okay to move forward with Elevate Ed and what it brings to our district.
Ms. Ewing, do you have any other questions or comments?
I do, thank you, President Rooks. So I would echo everything that Ms. Proudfit said over here. And I do think that Mr. Dunham said it great, is that half of our job is certainly to educate them, but the other half is to make sure we're launching our PUSD students into a successful future, and that's not just college, that's making sure that they have the skills to be successful beyond our walls, and this program does that. And I want it to be that every time I go out into the community and I see a highly succeeding Peoria business person, that I'm going to ask them, where'd you go to high school? And they're going to say Peoria. And it's because Peoria trains those kids, they provide them the skills that they need to be successful, and that businesses will actually seek out Peoria students because they know that Peoria students are going to be much more highly successful in their job day one because they know what the standard is for a PUSD graduate. The other thing that I will say is our industries, business industries, are changing so fast, and that it's often said that we are trying, how do you train and build students for jobs that aren't even there right now? Well, this program helps to give them those critical skills that they need to be successful in any type of job that they have once they get out, and to be working and to have our teachers working alongside industry specialists, because I guarantee you the training and the schooling they went through when they were going through college, that has shifted and changed to have those industry specialists working alongside them, giving those students the most up-to-date knowledge, skills, is just so important. It's what's going to allow us to be successful. So that's the value of the program. Now I'll go back to the concerns of the board and so forth. And Ms. Rooks, President Rooks, I am definitely hearing your concern. I think in my position, I would like to see us sign this, but then go back and ask for all of those things that you're asking for to have an additional addendum, because I do feel like Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers have said that when we have went out to them, that they are definitely willing to work with us. They're a good partner, proof of concept, and so I feel like anything we ask of them, even if it's not in writing, that they're going to do those. They're going to do those things because they want that great partnership. So I feel like that is a more seamless way to do it, is to sign as is and then ask give the directive to our superintendent and Dr. Hernandez to go back and ask for that and bring that back to the board to have those things signed. Because one of the other things I want for this board is I want for this board to come to full agreement on things, to make sure we all come from different lenses. We all have different community members that reach out to us that address their concerns, and I don't think it always comes to every single one of us. And so I think it is best when we can meet the requirements and concerns of all of our board members as we go forward with our contracts. I am confident that Mrs. Siegel has said that she feels like the language that is put in here that meets all of those concerns. But then we can go back and ask for those additional things once this is voted on, and then they can come back to us with that additional language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. If nobody has does anybody else have questions or comments?
I just have a comment,
Okay.
if I could.
Yes, go
So
ahead.
just to illustrate and bring the community along with us in this decision-making process. So for the last, 4+ years, there's been an incentive to have things like these and these concerns that we have as a board regarding DEI and SEL and some of these things. They were actually incentivized. And so we're finding that right now we're 5 months into this transition period where we are trying to move in that direction where we're not being exclusionary, and we're not engaging in these DEI practices. And so it's good that we are holding our contractors accountable, but I think that the lens that I use when I look at a program such as this is, does it provide a benefit or a burden on a student individually based on those protected characteristics? If you remember, a year plus ago, we had the Microsoft Teals program come before us. Not me, but you guys, your private board. And that definitely provided a benefit or burden to an individual student based on protected characteristics. So that's kind of like in a nutshell, the history of some of these programs that we're seeing. And I agree with you. I would like to also see the renewed contract for this upcoming contract narrative to see what it says, because I imagine it'll be a lot different than the prior years that we see some of these contract languages coming out of. So that's all I wanted to just bring the community along in the decision-making process, just that way we can kind of have that on the record.
Well, thank you for that. I think you do a very good job of summarizing. You're a good summarizer. So yes. Ms. Bowles, did you have any questions or comments?
Protective characteristics, Clerk Toby. While I understand that term, I feel like we've got it backwards. Like, maybe I'm missing something. Why would we vote on something with hopes that they're going to change something down the road? That doesn't make sense to me. I do agree with Ms. Rooks, and I think Jeff said it as well, to put a clause in there, a clause to elevate, Ed AZ, that in and through educational opportunities, the clause that Ms. Rooks described, we do need to put that in there. Maybe, while I appreciate that we are working toward that, and I think honestly, to put it out there and to give credit where credit is due, I think we're the only district doing that, to be honest, and they're mirroring us in other districts, and I know that. And I know that some in the nation are watching this district. So it's, it's a heavy load, but I appreciate who we have. Like, you're willing to go up to bat and do what we need, and I appreciate that. I just don't feel like, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse and voting on something with, again, the hopes that they're going to change something. I don't think that makes sense, but that's all I have.
President Rooks, if I may?
Yes, of course.
From a timeline perspective, so maybe I'm overconfident, but I do think that Dr. Summers and I, based on the conversations that we've had at the vice president, president level with the chamber, that if we were to approve the MOU this evening, we would work between tomorrow and our next governing board meeting with those people directly to secure that language. So our approval of the MOU is a sign that, yep, we want to move forward. But we would work with them to be able to secure that language, bring it to you for your consideration. And then from a timeline perspective, because we have signed the 30-day piece into the MOU, if the language does not meet the board's expectations, we have a 30-day trigger, and it's before the next school year starts.
If I may, just to echo that sentiment, that was essentially the same conversation that we had as recent as yesterday. So President Rooks, the language I know that is subject to the board's purview that might be most appropriate given what the tenor of this conversation is. And I would also look to Ms. Siegel to validate this, but potentially the motion could read, motion with the intent to approve the revised amendment to agreement, and without necessarily spelling all the details out, because we know what those details are, we will ensure that the language includes a subject clause for the appropriate, how do we say it, not having DEI language as part of the educational opportunity promotion of the program. But Ms. Siegel, does that legally hold water?
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, that does, but I don't get the intent to improve. I just say the motion
Okay,
to
because
approve.
my thought is making sure that we are signaling that we are moving forward with the understanding that we still expect that clause to be part of the revised amendment language. So
Okay, that's fine.
that was just my thought, but I can go either way, so.
I would say motion to approve, subject to obtaining the revised language.
Okay.
So could we make a motion to approve?
I wrote it all down. So long language here. So I was going to say motion to approve with the intent of direction to Dr. Summers to request an addendum to be added to the contract with a subject clause that Elevate Ed will not promote DEI in or through educational opportunities with Peoria Unified School District.
I will second.
I did good. Okay.
And do we need to read what you said to second it?
Oh, you need it?
Griffin types fast.
I can
but
read it. I'll go. Okay.
Not that fast.
Sorry, I wrote it scribbled, so otherwise I'd give it to you. So motion to approve with the intent, with direction to Dr. Summers to request an addendum to be added to contract with subject clause that Elevate Ed will not promote DEI in or through educational opportunities with Peoria Unified School District. Is that good for you? Okay. So we had a motion made by myself for it and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote whenever you're ready. As president of the board, I'm running through voice votes just because I know we've had difficulty with board docs before. So voice votes just easier. So, okay.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby,
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and Mrs. Siegel. Thank you for staying with us too. Moving on now to 8 discussion items. 8.1 Organizational Chart Leadership Transitions Update. Dr. Summers.
Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, and guests. The purpose of this update is to provide information on key leadership transitions aligned to the organizational chart approved by the governing board on February 27th, 2025. We can go to the next slide. I don't know who's driving, but. Okay. So we will share the status of those key leadership transitions in alignment with that organizational chart that was approved. We'll also preview pending personnel recommendations and offer context on structural and staffing shifts and outline how these moves position us for stability and continuous improvement heading into the 2025-2026 school year. And we can go to the next slide, where you see the governing board approved organizational chart from February 27th, 2025. So with that, I'm also going to invite my newly appointed and now deputy superintendent partner, Dr. Hernandez, up as well. We go to the next slide. So the first recommendation that you will have for consideration is to approve Dr. Teresa Hernandez to begin in this new role as early as June 1st, 2025. So that will set the table then and I'm referring to multiple sub-teams, if you will, under the educational services team. So with that, Dr. Hernandez, please come on forward.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. Dr. Summers, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Cabinet and guests. So as you heard, you'll see the recommendation this evening for me to move into my new position as of June 1st. And in some other highlights, in Exceptional Student Services, we are proposing for an interim director and 2 new assistant directors to support the team through this transition. In Academic Services, we'll be recommending the reclassification of the Chief Academic Support Officer role, which will occur later this year. And we are assigning an interim arts director. The school performance team remains stable and fully staffed for the upcoming year. There we go.
Okay.
Specific to the Exceptional Student Services Leadership Team, this team, specific to the special education component of Exceptional Student Services, if you recall, Exceptional Student Services supports our gifted learners, our developmental preschool learners, our English language learners, and our Title I poverty learners as well. So specific to special education, our team has experienced a significant amount of turnover in 24-25, while our executive director and our federal programs director have provided steady and stable leadership. The director and the assistant director positions have been vacant or an interim position for most of this year. For 25-26, we're recommending Landa Tartaglio as interim director, with 1 assistant director pending tonight's HR report and another anticipated for June 11th. This structure provides stability while also allowing time for deeper evaluation and long-term planning. For the academic leadership team, as you know, I currently and sort of previously served in the Chief Academic Support Officer role. And with my moving forward, it opens the door for us to be able to redefine what that position can look like. We're projecting that this position should be reclassified about mid-year, going from Chief to Executive Director of Educational Programming. In the arts, we're recommending Stacy Hamilton, currently our Exceptional Arts Program Manager, to serve as our interim arts director following Mr. Panzer's retirement. And all other roles in learning and teaching, CTE, and assessment will remain unchanged. The school performance team remains one of our stable groups with the structure in place and the leadership team already there. We'll continue with our current leaders overseeing secondary and elementary education, school improvement, and athletics, with no staffing or structural changes that are being proposed at this time. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So just a quick note about interim roles and that particular designation. Important to acknowledge that what we are talking about in that space ensures leadership continuity and stability in support of schools and the system. Individuals who serve in these interim roles may be considered for a permanent placement, may return to their previous role, or may pursue the position through a formal process. The timing of these assignments reflects the late season hiring realities that we're in right now and the need to maintain consistent service heading into the 2025-2026 school year. These interim roles will be monitored and evaluated mid-year to assess performance, fit, and organizational needs. And then just a quick nod to the business services team leadership side of the organizational chart. So pleased to report that Marcy Rodriguez will be starting officially with us on July 1, but we were able to secure those 5 onboarding or transitional days in June, as well as accommodating Talia Vicentainer with the same model. So official start date of July 1 with those 5 onboarding days. Pleased to share with you that both Marcy and Talia will be able to join us for our first official team meeting as early as June 2nd. Unfortunately, they're not in a position where they can necessarily be with us at the board meetings that we're coming up with June 11th, June 25th, but we're working with them to ensure that they have that smooth transition to hit the ground running. And then just also a quick note that we do still have an open director of accounting position that's pending a hiring process. So we'll be working with Marcy and the team to be able to hopefully secure that position as soon as possible. And with that, we stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
I already spoke to you on these items, is that once we have these individuals in place, just having an updated org chart with the names would be amazing. And then also, I know as we've shifted things around a little bit, you and I spoke on the phone about getting updated job descriptions of each of those individuals so we can understand who, especially when we get phone calls or emails and that type of thing of who might be calling them back. It would just be really helpful to see that. Like for instance, although it's probably more of a team effort, but like who's working in designing, putting together the professional development program, just all of those different types of things so that we can better see that. But I appreciate that you're keeping us updated and the community updated on how our organizational structure is looking and how we're just really looking to make sure it's streamlined as much as possible and is set up for academic success for our students. So thank you.
Thank you. And happy to provide that additional information as we continue forward. So both through a Friday report format as well as one additional note, and you'll see this in an upcoming strategic planning process update. You'll begin to start to see the intersection and alignment of how the teams will be working toward those specific goals and objectives as we, again, prepare for that transition into an upcoming school year.
Great. Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
No questions. I just want to say I'm really excited about, I feel like we've really, in the district, we are rising to meet the challenges of today, and I think this new org chart really is setting us up to propel into the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
A question, but an answer probably at a later date.
Sure.
Are we, I see that we are, keeping already interim roles and letting them stay in those positions, and I appreciate that. But I want to know more of a dollar figure, how much it's going to cost the district in these positions, maybe nothing, I don't know. We are mirroring much like we were years ago, I will say that, which is a good thing as long as we have the enrollment and, you know, our district is growing. So if we can just have numbers of, is that going to increase more, you know, more salaries and, you know, briefly, our rounded number, that'd be great.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for that question. While I don't have a set dollar amount for you, what I can report at a high level is that this actually will result in a net decrease to overall budget allocation. Now, to the extent that that is also mirrored in the overall FTE equation, that would require another level of analysis. And the other thing that I will just mention briefly, in using Dr. Hernandez's former role as an example, one of the reasons we are in a pause mode before we move forward there is for exactly that, being very budget conscious. And we know there's a big ask of the community that's right around the corner. And so depending on the outcome of what happens in November, as well as other considerations that we always have to make year over year, that's part of the reason why we want to be conservative in that space. So we're happy to provide more of that level of detail at the time that we're in a position to be able to actually articulate, here's the net savings, if you will. But we also want to make sure that we are addressing that both at a district as well as how does that look across all of our employee positions as it relates to enrollment and other factors. So we appreciate you bringing that up for sure.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I know that we sometimes are planning off future, and that can be sometimes difficult, but I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
Yeah, great update, Dr. Summers. I appreciate that. One question I did have when it came to the interim roles, it says on that slide 8, talking about that interim placements may also return to their previous role, or they can compete. So what if their previous role is currently occupied? How are we treating those employees that are fulfilling that interim role but don't get necessarily the position?
So one way to approach that, President Brooks, Mr. Toby and board, is to essentially have a backfill that is an interim to an interim, if you will, so a one-year temporary assignment. In this particular case, and I'll just mention this relative to both Mrs. Tartaglio, is that the role that she has been in is really a role that we are repurposing into an interim special director position. So there's no one that's coming in behind her. And then with regards to Ms. Hamilton in her role, that is yet to be determined if we actually will go toward a program manager for this upcoming school year. So that would be another opportunity where there's a little bit of wait and see and pause. So it really just depends. Another example I can give you that's not necessarily through this update would be in the event that we say we have a teacher who may be filling in an administrative role for the upcoming year. That teaching role would be protected. There may not be, however, a guarantee of that same teaching role that they would return to. So as a district, we are beholden to still having a teaching position. It just may not be the same one that they're actually in. So depending on those different types of examples, we would be working from those HR rules and procedures to ensure that there's still a protected position wherever it's available. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate
that. I just had, I believe this was the presentation handout that you gave us here.
Yes.
Okay. So I know you wrote here phase 1 and phase 2. So I guess.
Pardon me, Mrs. Ricks.
Oh, yes.
That's relative to the strategic planning process.
Oh, 8.5.
Update.
Okay.
So I did not provide a handout for this one. So
okay.
Just to be clear about that one.
Okay.
My apologies for.
Okay.
We just have lots of updates for you all
I know,
tonight.
you just handed all the papers and I'm like, oh boy.
Guilty.
Okay. No, so then I'll wait for those ones, but no, your organizational chart, I'm very excited for all of the direction. You and I have had conversations on it. I'm excited to see what the future holds for your vision and working with the board on that vision and your new deputy superintendent over there. So
we share in that excitement.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll move on to 8.2, first read of draft wireless communication policy. Dr. Teresa Hernandez, and then we do have public comment after you present.
All right. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This evening, we're bringing forward for a first read a policy to be in alignment with ARS 15-120.05 and existing governing board policy IJNDB. This policy supports our commitment to not only a safe, but an academically focused learning environment. Within the proposed policy, you will see a prioritization of district-issued laptops for educational purposes, along with outlining appropriate limited use of personal devices. And I would be available to support your discussion and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So we will do public comment first, board members. You will have 3 minutes to speak. First one is Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers. I have a couple questions about this policy. One is, there's nothing in the policy that prohibits, but there's also nothing in the policy that allows teachers to collect cell phones, and I know many of us in the classroom do that now. And I'm wondering if that's something that can or should be added so that we are protected under policy for actually collecting cell phones in the classroom. I definitely don't want to see anything in there that would prohibit us from doing that. But again, I want to make sure that my teachers that do that are protected. The question was asked on another agenda item today. How do we, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, it's been a long day already. How do we uphold this policy? How do we enforce this policy? And there's nothing here right now that has anything to do with what happens if the classroom rules are broken? What happens if this policy is broken? What happens if we have students that are not following what they're supposed to be doing? I know student discipline is not in this policy, but while we're changing this policy, should we also be adding another or addending another policy that includes cell phone usage in the classroom so that we now have some standing on what do we do with our students who are just refusing to put their phones away? Call security is usually the answer in the high school, but I taught in elementary school and we don't have security at the elementary school. Is our principal gonna always be running over to try and take a cell phone? So while we're doing this policy, I would like to see some type of student discipline follow-up somewhere else, wherever that would be appropriate, so that we can start enforcing that because school starts very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Charmel Boster.
Good evening again. Just a couple of things that I thought about as reading this policy. Mainly that I read the law and it seems to be kind of a paraphrasing of what the actual law is saying. My first read of it was that I didn't feel like it went far enough, like Trina was saying. I think that it needs to have more teeth into it, as she was saying. What do you do? If the student violates this, what's going to happen? In other words, I guess what I'm missing in here when I read it again, it needs to be more specific and more to the point. Never once is the word cell phone used in here, but I'm assuming that that's what they're talking about in here. The other thing that crossed my mind was also, I know we have other policies on hand that refer to technological or electronical devices. And before you do anything with this, I think it might be a good idea if you looked over that policy, because some of these things might already be included in other policies. So that's really about it. Yeah, and the only other thing, I did read in the law, it says, and it might be a good thing to take a look at those other policies, because it says a school district or charter school is not required to develop and adopt new policies or procedures pursuant to section 15120.05 Arizona Revised Statutes as added by this act if the school district or charter school has existing policies or procedures that meet the requirements prescribed by section 15-120.05 subsection A Arizona Revised Statutes as added by this act on the effective date of this act. So all I'm saying is you don't have to do this if we already have something in place. So it might be a good idea just to kind of check into that before you do something, and say what you mean and mean what you say. If they're talking about cell phones, if that's the big issue, then that needs to be addressed in the language. That's my personal feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Hernandez, that is our public comment this evening. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions for Dr. Hernandez?
Thank you, President Rooks. I think it would, so number one, I think that when we look at this, I would like to see our other policies that are in regards to technology and electronics and making sure that what that we're being consistent across all of those things? And does this new law allow us to kind of combine some things so that when folks are reading our policies, that they don't have to go to 5 different policies just to see how we're handling electronic devices? And I know it can be kind of tricky because I think they're called Apple Watches, or, is that considered a cell phone or that type of thing? So I know we get into using the right terminology. Mr. Molino could probably help us with the right terminology. But so definitely, I would like to make sure we're congruent with those other policies. I did see in here, and then I think that when we have a discussion around this, we should have an understanding. I don't know whether that's our legal. Who was the one that helped draft this? Was this Susan Siegel or was this Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we worked with essentially this, to use a term that Mrs. Siegel used earlier, is very boilerplate in the initial draft. To be very transparent, I asked Mr. Nuttall prior to his end date to take the first go at this. And we have done at least an initial first run. We didn't do like a deep dive into every aspect of it with our administrators and working closely with executive directors, but we're at a very initial first phase of that process. So really, that's what you see in front of you is language that mirrors exactly what's the law. And I'll just add one more layer to that, which is the law does not specify cell phones either. So it is very, I wonder or speculate, somewhat intentionally broad, because we are talking about both the use of different devices for instructional purposes, and then sort of the bottom line, most obvious thing is, what are we going to do about phones, right? So to the degree that we're trying to address all those pieces, we really wanted this first run to be pretty generic, leverage the feedback and the questions that we're receiving both from the board as well as what we're hearing from the community as we continue to bring forward what a future iteration will look like. So hopefully that helps answer what you asked and a little bit more.
That was great. Thank you for
Sure.
all that informativeness. I do think that when we bring it back, it is helpful to think about this policy with the disciplinary piece. What is the infraction of cell phone use? How is that qualified? And then what is the appropriate disciplinary action? Just so we're consistent across the board. I do know that you mentioned that several of our schools already use a policy like away for the day type thing. Usually that goes over much more smoothly in our K through 8 than it does in the high schools because there's different needs with regards to that. So I love that we have some feedback. I'd like to also have certainly our lawyers to be able to take a look at this to make sure the language that's in there is consistent with law, just to make sure that that's done. But in there, the other thing that I was going to add is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 7th paragraph, if you'll call it that, where it says, unless directed by teachers or administrators, wireless communication devices shall not be used to take photos or videos in any school location. I would add during school time, because we have so many sports events that happen, clubs, that type of thing, that I would imagine kids are taking pictures of each other on the field and that type of thing. So I believe that was probably intended to be during instructional hours or during school time. That's one thing that I would add. And then, and I don't know whether that in the policy, like Ms. Berg mentioned, we would actually include language in there about collecting cell phones, if that's really policy or if that's process. So,
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I would just briefly respond by saying the section on the superintendent shall develop those procedures would likely be the location where that would exist, relevant to how those different types of whatever happens, when it happens, pieces would come forward. And I would just add, sorry, that's not as brief as I was hoping, but that those procedures would likely not appear through the guise of the policy itself, but would likely be a corresponding regulation to the policy that would be able to go into more of that detail, including cross-references, so on and so forth. So that is a next step, certainly, that we need to ensure that we are taking with reference to a lot of what's already been mentioned. If I can, there's so much that kind of floats around this particular, and there's a couple of other examples of legislation that was approved in this current session. And so I just want to mention also the timing of the time that it takes to go into effect does not actually occur until 90 days after the legislative session has concluded, which we all know it has yet to conclude. And the other component that we have to likely talk about, and I don't want to get too far of the agenda here, President Rooks, but when we talk about the policy services that we will likely be working with and toward at whatever point that decision is made, it's something that we can anticipate will also be drafted for us that will have some of that legal review and other pieces built into it. The hard part there is our school year will start prior to all of that taking place. So we are, I would encourage, in the position to be able to take the initiative to be able to not only communicate clearly with our staff as well as our community, but we ought to have this developed and in place prior to the beginning of the school year, which we know is a little bit away, but fast around the corner. So just want to mention that element of the timing component as well.
And if President Rooks, if I may,
Yes,
provide clarification on collection of cell phones from the perspective of cell phone or wireless communication device ownership. When cell phones are collected, it's really offering students the opportunity to not be distracted by their wireless communication device. So if they would like to put their cell phone or wireless communication device in this pocket that I provided as the classroom teacher, you may do that. Just wanted to provide that clarification.
Ms. Yoon, do you have any other further questions?
No, I just was going to say, I know that putting a really strong policy in place, certainly anything we can do to decrease any sort of academic interruptions and so forth. So I'm happy to see this. I think there's plenty of evidence and research out there that having something like this in place is good for students, and it gives them an opportunity to develop those socialization skills as well, because there's a good possibility they would be away during the lunch periods and passing periods and all of that, so they have to go back to the regular means of talking to people face to face. So thank you so much.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I first want to say thank you for getting this on the agenda so promptly. Well, I have a lot of thoughts. We're making something very complicated that doesn't need to be. I agree that we need to be leading in this regard. Reading this policy, though, if I was a teacher, I'd be like, okay, so it's up to me, and it's putting the onus back on the teacher. The thing that we need to focus on, well, there's two things. Number one, wireless communication devices are not all created equal. We provide a laptop, which means it can be used for educational purposes. We cannot use cell phones for educational purposes unless we are willing to provide every student a cell phone. So cell phones are completely different. So I want to see a cell phone policy that has, to use Charmel's language, that has real teeth, so that our administrators and teachers are, there's no ambiguity with what's happening. Because as a teacher of high school students, the dopamine addiction of this generation is a real thing. And it's not just about keeping the student with the cell phone focused, it's about every other kid that's being distracted and the classroom disruptions. So we need to separate out cell phones, because nowhere in this district should a student be required to have a cell phone for educational purposes. So I think that needs to be totally separated out. I appreciate that we followed the law closely to ensure that we're covering our bases. To be fair, though, I requested this agenda item not because of the law, but because we have a problem in our schools, and I don't think our admin and teachers have strong enough policy to support what needs to happen in the classroom. So I want to see this separated out, made much more concise. I don't think we need to put disciplinary action in, like you said, that is totally a procedure issue, but we need to come up with a stance, not based on the law, not based on legislation. What do we believe as PUSD needs to be our cell phone policy in our schools? It's gonna be unpopular any which way we do it. Let's just come up with something that works and not be afraid to come out with that strongly, which makes me, by the way, like the most uncool parent. My children are really unhappy with me. But truly, anyone who teaches high schoolers can tell you, like, this is a massive problem. With videos being taken at school, like, this is a massive and a huge problem that we need to be leading with. With the wireless communication devices, I just don't like that terminology. I think it's, just say cell phones and school-issued laptops. We don't allow them to use non-school issued laptops. So let's just call it what it is. We're talking about cell phones, Apple Watches or smart watches, and we're talking about district issued laptops because everything else is already banned. And we do have a lot of policy in place, but what we have is policy that's a lot of word soup that no parent, no administrator, and no teacher actually, I think, feels like it gives any real direction. So
may I offer just a suggestion?
Yes, please, yes.
Just because I've seen it in the language of bills, that you can list out all of those items, Apple Watches, cell phone, even earbuds, I feel like are another big one.
Yes.
Ms. Rooks?
My son doesn't do that, but I just.
You hope not. You just wait. We always think it's not our kid.
So I just don't know if that can be a suggestion of what
Well,
your
and I
language.
just think, again, going back to wireless communication devices, if we're using something for educational purposes, by law, we are required to provide it for every student. I will tell you, there are still those kids in our district, I teach a few of them, that do not have cell phones, that their parents have chosen that they are not going to do that. So when we're talking about policy in regards to something we're providing and something we're not providing, I really do think it needs to be separated out and just have stronger verbiage. So I'm sorry, I know that's a lot. I generally don't love policy that is all-encompassing and thus ambiguous. I want to give our teachers and admin actual support. Again, as Mrs. Bowles has said a few times tonight, a policy is only as good as it can be enforced. So let's give them something that's clear to enforce.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I have a lot of comments. I'm just going to read, first of all, it is House Bill 2484. And as someone who is in the process as well writing a policy in another district, I'm going to quote my dad, actually. He used, and I never understood until now. He used to say, the more laws we create, the less freedom we have. I'm very surprised that teachers are saying we want more restrictions. That's surprising to me, because truly this states in here, let me read House Bill 2484. In the news or media, it's called the cell phone use during school hours. That's not really what it is. It says it requires school districts and charter schools to restrict students' use of wireless communication devices during the school day. There's exceptions for emergencies, educational purposes, as directed by a teacher, as I feel it should be, and medical needs. So then I'm going to go back to the more devices we put in there, we're going to miss one, or the more restriction we put on this policy, I don't think that's going to be a good thing. And then in addition to that, going back to something that Ms. Proudfoot said, the dopamine, being behavior specialist background, the first thing I thought of this, and right, wrong, or in between, it's a fact. Kids are addicted to their phones. That would be like, and I'm just going to say it, that's like a drug taking away cold turkey. My opinion in that, which doesn't matter because I'm not the teacher in the classroom. Yes, I clearly can see, Dr. Summers, that you have superintendent shall develop procedures. Probably it'll end up in a handbook as well. And that's exactly what we should do. This should be vague. It shouldn't be specific for those reasons. However, I have actually met with teachers and said, what have you done? What do you think? Because I don't know if that's going to cause more anxiety, taking a phone cold turkey away from a kid. I don't. I really don't. You know your students, hopefully. And I trust that you're professional enough that you could have a place that they could put their phones. I'll give you an example that I think was one of the best ones that one of the teachers gave me, but I'm not going to put that in a policy because then it restricts every other teacher. But she said, you know, years ago, she said and they were teaching college courses. She said I had cups, and I'm going to say who it is, actually. It's Miss Shelley Boggs, our superintendent of Maricopa County Schools. She said they would, and again, college kids, but they would put their phones in a designated place. Sanitary reasons was my thought. That's not what she said, but in a cup, a colored cup, and she would have those phones with her wherever she went, in a tote, whatever that means. I like that. It gives the students the ability to say, my phone's right over there. And then she would say, hey, you know, if you need your phone, just come to me. I'll be that gatekeeper. I'm not saying we're putting that in policy, so please hear me say that. I think we should, my God in heaven, give the teacher, you know, some ability to make that decision in their classroom. Every classroom is so different and so many different dynamics. So I appreciate the vagueness, and it does list, I mean, you know, some things I don't really know why we have in there about taking pictures. I think that's, again, probably there's a reason. I feel like we're going to get in trouble if we put that in there, but that's just my opinion. Not really my opinion. I do think we'll get in trouble for that, the same as was already mentioned. But I can see clearly that this is vague and supports everything in House Bill 2484. So that's all I have.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, so reading this bill, I was a little bit confused what the direction was and what the intent is, because I read in there, I read a computer policy, I read a social media policy, and I read a cell phone policy. And so which is it? I think that there needs to be some clarity with that, especially for teachers. That way they know exactly what the rules are and the rules of engagements when dealing with students that don't want to follow the rules. There are other policies in other districts that I think that we can lean on as far as how it's working for them. I'd like to see comparative analysis. I know Higley did one. I'm not sure what it says. I know there's a few from out of state that actually has different policies depending on the school site. Elementary school has one policy versus high school has another policy. And then also too, leaning on our parents and community too, because I know there are times when kids need to stay after school, tutoring, things like that. So like in passing, are we going to allow kids to communicate, you know, back home during passing? I think because when we look at the intent, we're looking at keeping kids focused in the classroom and lessening the distraction. So are we going to regulate from bell to bell, or are we going to regulate just from the class period time? And then to Mrs. Bowles' point, having teachers have that authority. There's another policy I just looked up here where actually a teacher has a red light, yellow light sign as far as cell phones. In English, it may not be a necessary thing to have a cell phone. Maybe in math, because, you know, there's other things that are beneficial to that student versus a regular graphing calculator. And so maybe that teacher does have a yellow light in her classroom or his classroom to allow that use. Not necessarily a requirement by any means, but it does give more options to the teachers as far as how they run their classrooms. And I'm all for teachers having that classroom management. But I also want to have some clarity when it comes to the consequences when we operate outside the bounds. So like, I would like a policy that narrows and drills down into what kind of policy is it? Is it a computer policy, cell phone policy, a social media policy? Because I think that's a whole nother bugaboo in and of itself that we can probably have another on a future agenda item. And then what are the consequences? So those are some of the thoughts that I have. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I do have, I do like the consequence thing. That's, I feel like the one time that I've agreed with Trina Berg. So sorry to make you laugh, but I do agree, the consequences. The only thing I had concerned about is where it says to take videos or photos unless directed by the teacher or admin. I have concerns because there has been things in the past, and this is where I want to kind of have maybe an executive session with Susan Siegel to get into the specifics, because I don't want to go into specifics of what I have heard. But a concern, if a student sees something that is a raise of concern, whether it's a staff employee or it's another student, and they pull out their phone to record it so that they are like, oh my gosh, like I need to record this because I need to report this to somebody. Because I feel like sometimes kids are like, nobody believes us if we say something. And if they have the evidence, then they're like, okay, I have this, I'm gonna turn this into the principal. What I don't wanna see happen in that incident is then they're now punished because they took out their phone because they had that instinct of, hey, this doesn't look right, I need to take the phone out, whatever. I know that that has happened previously, and so I would love to be able to dive deep into that with even an executive session to go over those certain times that I've heard those stories. So that was one thing, is I just don't want to punish kids for that circumstance. The other thing is like the phone pocket thing. I think is a really great idea. If a student does have a hard time with taking it out, if a student is being respectful of the rules and they're keeping it in their backpack and it's on silent, but if there is a student that is struggling with that, especially when we're in the first couple weeks of, I know high school students, but 7th and 8th grade, 6th grade, to get them acclimated to those new rules, the pocket phone, if they put their phone in there and another student or another staff member or whoever, if somebody steals it, does the district become liable? Because then at that point, you've got a parent who's upset because we put it in just a pocket to where it could have potential to be stolen. So that's another question. I don't know if we can do that with Susan Siegel as well in executive session, but I just thinking that in our middle school grades, high school. The other piece that I agree with Mrs. Ewing. We have a lot of events, and our students really, student council, students at football games and basketball games and all these events that we have, they like to take pictures. They like to take videos. They want to have that memorable moment. The other part I saw in here was recess. And so I'm thinking of our 6th to 8th grade middle schoolers. If they're out at recess and they want to take pictures of them playing football together, or I know girls like to take pictures with their best friends. So that's where I'm also kind of having a hard time with the recess part, because that is their time to go out and take a break and be kids. And so, and I'm not saying I think that kids should always be on their phones, but like, I don't want to limit them if they want to take photos with their friends at recess, or even field day activities. And so that's the only thing I see about the 6th to 8th grade is the recess part. And again, yeah, if we're in high school and the students are transitioning and they need to check their phone real quick because maybe they have a change in schedule, they need to let their parent know, hey, I have to do this if something changes, and they're just quickly pulling it out. How does that work in between those classes? If they're respecting the rules and they're doing it quickly before they get to their next class, that's just my other, I guess, idea, concern.
One of the things I wanted to touch on that you brought up is the recess. One thing we haven't even, that's not even really addressed in this, is we don't have permission to photograph all of our students, and that goes with students photographing each other. I will say too, I think it's a great idea we go in executive session, because there's a few things, we could probably dive into to kind of problem solve, but particularly in locker rooms, there have been some experiences I've had as a parent, and then pictures ending up on social media. To know if we're liable as a district if then our students are photographed under our watch who we do not have permission. So it's just another piece of this. There's a lot of moving pieces.
Yes, I appreciate that. Ms. Ewing.
So I just want to make sure the board understands the resources that we do have out there, and that we do have a current policy services that does have access. I was going back to, it's actually on the next agenda item, but does have access to national affiliations, so they can be able to, national affiliations that can go back and can look and see what are all the policies across all of the different states. Like Florida tends to be more conservative, and just seeing what are all of the different policies across the state that they can help to do that research for us, and that we also have a policy services who can help at no cost to revising our own policy to include all those things that we want in it in a shorter timeline so that it's ready to go when the kids start school in July 31st. So just, I feel like that's just another resource that we can delve into that we have that's no additional fees and so forth. So
President
wanted to
Rooks,
offer
if I
that.
may.
Yes.
It does cost us. And honestly, any of us could write policy. What we're doing right now is this is the first read, and to get, additions and things to a law that's been passed that we have to tailor to our district. And to branch off of what you just said, Ms. Ewing, there are districts in our state that are rewriting policy. And then to go back to what Dr. Summers said, in the midst of policy writing entities and the adoption of policies and all that. So we have a lot of resources, but this is a first read, and if we can stay on that and move forward and give our red lines if we want to change something.
Okay.
Thank you.
And definitely have, I think, everybody kind of has legal questions, so we can do a session with Susan Siegel at a later date. But if no further questions, thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Appreciate it. All right, I'm just checking in. Do board members, do you need a 5-minute recess to use the restroom? Okay, yeah, we're going to do a 5-minute recess to use the restroom. We'll be right back. All right, we are back from our recess. We're moving now on to 8.3 meeting format and agenda review, presented by Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, Governing Board, at least for this item and the next one, if it's okay, just kind of do it from here. So this is an agenda item that was placed in response to a board member request to review the current format of Governing Board meeting agendas. A few things here. So on one hand, the discussion allows focus on the recurring item titled Board Member Opportunity to Readdress Agenda Items under Other Business, and whether it should remain as part of future meeting formats. And then there's also an opportunity to clarify the original intent and function of this item, as well as any other meeting format and agenda setting practices, as well as any proposed adjustments. And with that, President Rooks, I'll turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I think that I thought that this was reading that we were going to hear a little bit of a history of why this was put on here, but and I know this was obviously before your time.
Well before.
What was the purpose of the, because it is true, right? I mean, we're not going to get to the end of a meeting and then after we, just like some of these topics that we have where we have half an hour, 45 minutes of discussion, it wouldn't be prudent to then go back and then re-vote on it. So do you have any sort of historical information as to why this was put there in the first place?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, Governing Board, I don't know the actual history. I can defer to any of my colleagues, and I don't know that there is that working knowledge. What I can say and speak to, and this I think is partly addressing the question, is that there are other policies that once a board member makes a vote on something, or once the board takes a vote, you're not going back to change a vote. So really readdressing an agenda item is pretty much moot because you're really not in a position where you can do that anyway, at least within the scope of that meeting itself. And there is a policy that does allow for a readdress at a future point in time. But that's kind of the dynamic that I think sits on top of that specific item. So I know that's something that we sought some additional clarification from Mrs. Siegel on, and she affirmed that as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I just think we should take it off. I don't think we need to have the opportunity to readdress agenda items. It's redundant, unnecessary, and I think we're all trying to be mindful of keeping board meetings succinct as we get through a lot of business. So I, particularly with this one, I don't think we need it. There's a lot of things that are that we probably don't need. I'll just leave it there.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
If I heard you correctly, we're not just addressing that one line item on the agenda, correct?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, you have the ability to address other aspects of the agenda, certainly within this item. That was just the specific one I know that I believe you had brought forward originally, so we wanted to make sure to at least provide that context and clarification, and then certainly you have the ability to reference other aspects.
Can I ask, did Ms. Siegel say why that should not be on there?
So, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I'll try to restate what I think I just mentioned a moment ago, which is the reason that that item can create complications for a board is that you would actually be violating your own policy if you try to go back to readdress something that has already been acted upon. So
that makes sense.
Yep.
I don't know if I brought this forward or not, I don't remember, but one of the things, first of all, I think our agenda is very complicated. I think we need to simplify it. I'll leave that alone, and I think we could ask Ms. Siegel and probably mirror more simpler procedures or agendas. What I would like to see on here is when we say a motion to approve and it says the whole, whatever we're bringing forward, and then when you second it, there are districts that list that out. I like that because anyone looking at that, it's clear what's happening in just the procedures, if that makes sense. it's just very simple, and you can see, okay, this is what we're motioning on, this is what it says. So I think that would be a good addition to our agenda, but I think we need to simplify it, I really, really do.
Ms. Bowles, just to help clarify, so like I went just back now to the Elevate Ed 7.1 opening actions, and it does have, when you click on the actual item, it does have recommended action, and it lists there the language for you to make that motion. So I don't know if you saw that part.
I didn't, because for some reason I can't get into my documents online in Board Docs.
Okay, all right.
And is Board Docs working for everybody else? Just asking, okay, because I can't get in there, so, no, I didn't see that, so thank you.
Okay, all right. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments on this line item?
No, just all for streamlining. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions or comments either, but I would love to take that feedback as setting agenda planning with Dr. Summers and Clerk Toby. We can look at, how to condense with the board member opportunity to readjust agenda items in our agenda planning, so.
Thank you, President Rooks and Governing Board. If I may, one more note around this particular item that is, I think, important for you all as well as our public to be informed of. Board docs will be going away. So even though you didn't ask that question, Mrs. Bowles, it's right around the corner. And it's still a diligent platform that we'll be utilizing, and I may have to lean to my team to remember what the new service is called. Does anyone know offhand? This is a test for us, and we did not pass.
He knows, over here.
Griffin.
Griffin over here.
Diligent community.
Great save, sir. Thank you. So we will be moving into that new agenda or platform as a service. And so what I'm hearing, and we've done a few previews of this, is that it's actually a more user-friendly interface. So obviously there'll be a little bit of transition and some onboarding with all of that we'll have to engage in. So that's around the corner, and we'll make sure to leverage that opportunity to hopefully create additional streamlining as well.
And is it around the corner, like July around the corner?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
that's what I know.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So if no further questions or comments, oh, sorry, Ms. Ewing, yes, go ahead.
So when you are doing that agenda planning, I would, and I'm just throwing this out there as a suggestion, I know that we have a lot of items that are typically in other districts are typically on consent agenda, and that we're going through individually and voting on them, which makes our meetings longer. And if there is any way that we can look at, I know we've set that $100,000 amount, although like if I look at our current agenda, I see 2 IGAs on there that are above that value, and those are on the consent agenda. But I think if you were to look at 100,000 and what is the percent of our budget is that, and can we set something higher where we can take more of the things that are business, regular operations that would be on consent agenda and get those back on there so that our actions items are less, which shortens our meetings, especially for items that we have on here like the cost for band and cheer and team uniforms and so forth, that's a whole agenda item with regards to that. And I feel like if there's questions on those, a lot of that can be answered ahead of time. So that's just a suggestion. I know that it's your purview as the president and alongside the clerk and the superintendent on how the board meeting is structured. But if you're just having those conversations, I would just ask that be included. But again, that's your purview. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it was more of, I try to listen to feedback on the board. And I know previously, I believe Jeff Toby, our clerk here, had brought it up as a parent at the podium before he was on the board, of having those dollar amounts that are over 100,000, just so that the community and our viewers know where our money is being spent. And then I think you wanted that as on the actual regular agenda, just so that it's showing the community where's the money being spent. I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, but that's just where I came from.
Yeah, President Rooks, 100%, just trying to be more transparent with the community, especially when we're spending $100,000 of their money. And then I do recall a $100,000 presentation. We were talking about the school insurance, which included playground inspections, which then ultimately led us to prompt staff to do an inspection at a school where they had issues with their playground. So I think you never know what's going to come from some of these, and I think that even though they are action items, they can go pretty quickly. So.
All right, if no further questions or comments, moving on to 8.4 Policy Services Update for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. As part of tonight's discussion regarding Peoria Unified's policy services provider for fiscal year 2025-2026, I'd like to share the most current information to help inform that conversation. And just a note, we're not going to necessarily go through all of these attachments. They're really just there for a point of reference, not a detailed review tonight. So what has been uploaded are attachments from both ASBA as well as from the trust. And if you recall, we did have Jennifer McLennan here with us earlier this spring, and she did provide a detailed presentation relative to the opportunity for the board to consider potentially sunsetting the current relationship or agreement that we have with ASBA for policy services and migrating that over to the trust. So the purpose again here is to inform you all that we have received confirmation from the trust that the trust board is scheduled to consider Peoria Unified's eligibility for policy services on June 18th of 2025. This timeline allows us to have clarity prior to our June 25th governing board meeting, when a final decision will likely be needed to ensure uninterrupted policy support. Again, to reiterate, our current contract with Arizona School Boards Association, also known as ASBA, concludes on June 30th, and we will need to confirm our direction prior to that date to maintain consistency in policy maintenance and updates. So this item is really intended to facilitate any discussion, service any remaining questions from the board, and begin to get a sense of where the board sits on this decision, obviously without requiring any formal action this evening. And as always, I'm available to support with any follow-up as we prepare for a likely decision point later this month. President Rooks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We don't have any public comment to this line item, so Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. So when we had Jennifer McClelland here, she did a presentation. When we had ASBA here, Ms. Justin Rice was presenting after midnight at one of our long board meetings, and I don't think that we did get a full overview of what all of the policy services are that ASBA does provide. So I know that that conversation has not happened. I do appreciate that this attachment is here, the PDF document. It's a PowerPoint that talks about policy services, and they have a great comparison of what all of the policy services are provided by ASBA. That we didn't have this ahead of time to really be able to ask the trust, what are the costs going to be associated in all of those areas? So if you look at page 9 in the 2025 ASBA policy presentation, I'm curious, I haven't seen a cost breakout of what all of these things would be with the trust and if they actually provide those. So I don't know if they can go to page 9 so that they can see what I'm referencing. But does the trust offer employee handbook service, where the employee handbook service is consistent with our policy services, with our policies, and then, and same thing with like the student handbook and so forth, and what is their timeline for helping to review on a regular basis so we can make sure that with all these law changes that all of our policies are consistent with the law. And I just didn't see any of those things provided to us from the trust. So the presentations that are attached here are actually two different presentations. The trust is is what it would be like if we were to transfer over, and what is that timeline and what does that look like, but it doesn't actually fully outline what all of their services are. And then obviously you wouldn't have the same type of presentation from ASBA because that's our current policy services. But the one provided by ASBA is what our current policy services are. So I think there's a bunch of things that, for me personally, I still need to have better understanding on what some of the costs are going to be, because right now, every time we meet with Mrs. Siegel and we review policies and write policies and so forth, we're paying a fee for that, even though we already have policy services that could help us with those types of items. So I would be curious, you know, what it's like having a program and not using it and then going someplace else and paying for those additional things. So if there's any way on that page 9 we can get a comparison from the trust if they provide any of those things, and if they don't, what that cost would be to us to continue to provide those things. Does that make sense?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, absolutely. And I know Jennifer is prepared to be able to address really those pieces. The one aspect I will mention relative to the total cost as well as the scope of service is it really is contingent upon the board's upcoming decision. So the reason that has not been yet solidified is partly a result of that, that pending decision that would allow us the opportunity to be a partner or a member. So we can certainly follow up with that information, have Jennifer answer that in more detail, and we can get that back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm excited to see how this conversation goes. Since I came on as a board member, I've gone to every single conference that ASBA has offered. I will say this, I think that we don't fully utilize what ASBA has to offer. However, I kind of shy away from anything that prevents us from really creating a strong Peoria way. And I'm completely open to this conversation of moving away from ASBA. I'll just say it like it is. I think that it's more important to ASBA that we're a part of it than it is. I think they might be benefiting more from the relationship than we are, which, listen, I'm not dogging on ASBA. I'm just saying what we get from Susan Siegel as the board legal counsel, for me, has been invaluable, and it has really captured some of the nuance of our district. And sometimes some of these larger organizations, I know I wasn't feeling as clear and I guess as cared for as we do with Mrs. Siegel. So regardless of whatever, I'm fully on board with Mrs. Siegel being legal representation. And I was very impressed with the trust when we had that presentation. Again, nothing against ASBA, but fully open to the conversation and seeing if it's just time, if it's just time to do things a different way that more specifically serves our district specifically.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I appreciate that, Ms. Proudfit. I have read through an entire district's policies in the last couple days, and I will say this: we pay for services. They write policies, they never look back, and we continue to pay for services. We need to look line by line. Some districts are doing that, so they're doing our work. I mean, that's how I feel anyway. Obviously, we're a different district. We're going to do Peoria, like Ms. Proudfit said. I know that the trust, their turnaround is about, I'm going to be lenient and say about 4 or 5 days of switching over policy, so that's not an issue. They are substantially less money. But I do have a question that's going to be so not professional because I cannot remember the name. I remember our district in particular having some kind of insurance, and I don't remember the name, and it's going to sound so dumb because but I know that that's part of this equation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I believe you might be referring to Valley Schools Insurance Group.
Yes, thank you.
So just to take that a step further, Valley Schools is our provider in a number of realms, both from a self-insurance pool as well as working with our benefits. And there's one other, Ms. Myers, workers' compensation. So we have been actually, and I don't mean to veer too much off topic here, but a founding member, long tenured in Valley Schools. So just to distill the decision in regards to any district that is using the Arizona Risk and Retention Trust program as their insurance pool is automatically built into that relationship. The decision for the trust board is essentially to offer this policy service specific to districts potentially like Peoria who are not currently a member. So I do want to just make that reference because that's essentially what their board has to decide in order for us to then be able to have the opportunity to utilize this as a policy service.
Okay, so that is still in the works.
That's correct.
Still on the table. Okay, I just wanted to know that.
And
Thank
June
you.
18th, again, I'll just reiterate, is the upcoming timeline for the trust board to make that decision.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, nothing that hasn't already been asked. Thank you.
I'll just make a comment. I relate a little bit with Ms. Proudfit in the fact of I come from a different angle of seeing the direction of ASBA when I was a parent and then as a board member. I was very disappointed with some of their directions that they took. A lot of the things that they had done over the last few years, the National School Board Association, the Arizona School Board Association, it just seemed very anti-parent. And I read through, their trainings, the advocacy that they have at the legislation level of being against and supporting certain bills. I could not believe that as a parent, seeing that type of organization in their standing. And for me personally, I'm looking very forward to seeing what the trust comes back with on June 18th, because I have no problem stating that I don't support ASBA and what they have done the past few years and how the direction that they took against being very anti-parent, in my opinion. So that's the only comment I was going to make.
President Ricks, can I just add to what you just said, because I did forget about that.
Yes, you may.
For the sake of the hearer, that is part of this board meeting, their national program, ASBA, called parents terrorists during that time period that you're talking about. So you're being lenient, is all I have to say.
So,
thank you, Ms. Bowles.
So, President Proudfit,
President Rooks, but yes, it's okay.
President Rooks, sorry, it's getting later in the evening. So I do want to make one clarification. Well, I'll make a couple clarifications. But number one, when I was speaking of us using services that we have and paying extra, I am very confident with Susan Siegel, and I enjoy working with her and think she's very professional. And I think certainly the board having their own personal legal works really great and helps us really drive our decisions. So I think that's something that's given us great direction. Something that I will make note is because of that egregious comment that was made by the National School Board Association, ASBA did separate their relationship with that organization because of that statement, because there was, at that point in time, there was so many school districts who were very upset with that statement, and so they separated their relationship with them. So they're no longer a member of that national organization. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. And then as far as making sure that this board chooses the right policy services, I just want to make sure that we have, and our community really understands any sort of cost that might come up as this board potentially looks at transitioning, and that we understand what all of those costs will be, because we will have to make sure that our new policies are in line with what we are doing in our actions, and then making sure that they align with our employee handbook and the student handbook. So there will be a lot of time that it may require from legal to really make sure that those customized to Peoria, the Peoria way. And so there are costs that are associated with that. And then there may be, when we think of policy service as a whole, it's not just about writing policies. There's a lot of other things that go into it, and I really want to make sure we're looking at what are all of the comprehensive needs that our district and our board has with regards to policy services. And if we no longer have, because I feel like the trust is a little bit more narrow in what they do, and that a lot of their policies are written to be very to be in line with legal, but don't have that history of like, how do these policies work operationally? And so there's an opportunity for things to be really out of alignment, and there's costs that come with that. And if we go with the trust, I don't see the trust as quite as comprehensive as what ASBA provides. And it may be, as Mrs. Proudfit said, maybe we've got some things in there with ASBA that we're not taking advantage, and maybe we're not using those things. So having a more simplified policy services is better. But I just want to make sure, I think we have an attachment here. It says policy services essential questions. I'd love to see a comparison across all of those, except for the, if we're going with a different organization other than board docs, we don't need to consider that, because I noticed that ASBA does have that discounted. So if we're moving away from board docs, it's not a thing. But I think it would just be really good for our community and this board to have comparisons of all of this, so that we can make sure that we're being really fiscally responsible, and then there's not all these added fees in if and when we decide to transition. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I would respond with fiscally responsible, but also, is ASBA somebody that we're going to support and continue working with what they have done? That's my personal opinion with what I've seen in the direction that they have gone. I'm not impressed as a board member and as a parent, because I'm also a parent. And so when you're actively legislating against bills that would support parents and their children and the choices for their children, I've seen that over the years, and I have a hard time supporting an organization like that. And that's not what I think should be in front of Peoria Unified School District. We want to support the parents, and that's the message we want to have. And I just can't support something that doesn't have that same message. So.
President Rooks, if I may, I
Yes.
want to put a plug in to give some information as well. Superintendent, Maricopa School Superintendent Shelley Boggs is working on, and we're right on the edge of trainings for school boards. And so some of the things you're speaking of for ASBA are already in the making. I'll just be transparent and say there's one training that I went to just like a week ago in line with what I just said, and oh my God, I literally, leisure reading, Robert's Rules of Order, but it helped me so much. And every other training, I'm like, okay, that doesn't really do anything. Either it's really old news or it's not relevant, but I just know that there are other resources that are not going to cost the district money, that are valuable, which is a good thing, because I think we need to relook at all this. So I just wanted you to know that.
I see Dr. Summers waiting in the back there. So, Miss,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to just clarify, maybe Dr. Summers, as we've had this conversation, when we adopt ASBA policy back in the beginning, you adopt their entire policy handbook, and then as changes are made, we go through, correct? So essentially, if we ended up going with the trust, it would be a broad adoption, and then would be microed down as new legislation came out, or as, so that process, although you know, knowing our board, we change every ASBA policy anyways. So going through, you know, we're obviously have a lot of opinions, and so that process, but the actual adoption process is fairly easy. The only other thing that I will say is that for anyone who, beyond policy services, the power of an organization like ASBA is supposed to be that school districts get together and are able to help push legislation. It's no secret I've been advocating for us to have an in-house lobbyist because I believe as the 4th largest school district in the state, we have a leg to stand on for pushing our interests outside of ASBA, and I think I just don't know that ASBA is fully pushing our legislative agenda. And I would love to have, I think David Sandoval first brought it up, 18 months ago, having an in-house lobbyist. I just honestly, having gone to all the training, I think we're too big of a district to truly be, I don't think ASBA is quite set up to be pushing us forward in the size of district that we are.
So I just want a point of clarification. I know that when we were talking to Danielle, I think that's when she had mentioned that before that it was a full adoption of ASBA's policy booklet, and it wasn't until you mentioned it that I knew that that's how it had happened, because in the presentation that the trust gave us, it does say on page 14, it says that you work with the district's PPL attorney, begin reviewing the district's existing policies against the trust policies, modify the trust policies to be specific for the district needs. So it made it sound like, and at least the presentation and other districts that I had spoken to who did transition to the trust, it was a process evaluating all of the policies and not just that full adoption. So I was taking it from the information that was provided to us in that. So it wasn't until Danielle mentioned that that's how they did it with ASBA. I don't know that that's an option with the trust, because it's not spelled out here in terms of the transition.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, Governing Board. So I'll try to keep this as simple of an explanation as I can. When we have the ASBA policy manual, the initial approval of that manual approved all policies that are ASBA written as is. And then, and this has happened several times, as you all have alluded to, we have written, or the board has rewritten and approved policies that are now no longer the copyright of ASBA. They are Peoria unified policies. So in the event of a potential transition, all of those policies that are Peoria unified unique would stay with us. So it would be as simple as those migrating over to whatever they're not new policies per se. The trust policies, there is a big difference in terms of the volume of what's built into the trust's database. But again, we have the ability as a governing board to make the decision on whatever policies you want to add, modify, change, whatever it is. So does that make sense? Everything that we already have would transition over as
yes,
it is.
and I think you had to describe that to me, but I believe that when I looked at, and Janelle, I think you probably looked at this pretty closely too, or Mrs. Bowles, is that it's not, with the policies of the trust and the ASBA, it's not just necessarily a one-to-one replacement. There are some places that maybe ASBA had 3 policies and the trust had 1.
Correct.
And so there is some sort of synthesizing that information that will still, which will require a lawyer to look at that, which is part of a cost of the transition. And because we're such a large district, we have more policies in place. And so there will be a cost to that piece. So that's what I'm talking about. So it's not just a full entire adoption in that particular.
I think, again, just to restate, that's something that I know Jennifer McLennan is making herself available to us to facilitate. So I think understanding what those costs are that are associated, certainly. I will only add, she is also an attorney with Gus Rosenfeld, which is the same firm that Susan is a part of. So that is already a firm that we are contracting with. So we can get from Jennifer what those costs would be relative to both what the trust would do as well as any additional support that we would need from that legal perspective to make that transition happen.
Right, because we pay she's part of that firm, and it's great. It's a very well-respected firm, but we still pay by the hour, I believe, or something. So it just would be, and I don't know what that's going to look like, but there is still a cost to have that done.
We can get that clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if no further questions or comments, I would like to just, Ms. Ewing, next time if you want the floor, if you can just clarify that you want the floor to speak. So then,
Sorry about that.
that's okay, just for future references. All right. Moving on now to 8.5 strategic plan process update. Dr. Summers. Again.
President Rooks, Governing Board, good evening again. I will direct your attention to the previously mentioned handout. So this is an opportunity for me to share what I will refer to as a 10,000-foot review of where we sit as we head into the summer months and prepare for an upcoming very exciting 25-26 school year, and what that process for our upcoming strategic plan revision and update will look like. So the purpose of this update will be to introduce the planning process to help guide our district priorities for the upcoming school year and beyond. I will provide an outline of a proposed phases of work and suggested planning timeline, preview the focus for our June 11th study session, as well as preliminary priorities and just some small example key performance indicators, certainly again keeping it at a 10,000-foot level. And then the last thing I just will reinforce is the alignment with governing board adopted vision, mission, and values that were approved earlier this spring. So why this approach now? As we all know, our current plan over the last several years has and is sunsetting. Relative to those core statements that were adopted by our governing board in 2025, this is an opportunity to launch or relaunch a bold new chapter starting this fall. So what I will refer to is both urgency and thoughtfulness in this process. We want to solidify governing board-led direction for the summer as we set our sails going into the fall, as well as set the table for what community implementation and what I'll refer to as co-creation of this plan will look like over the course of the school year. So there is a two-phased approach, as I've mentioned. What we are envisioning taking place, and I'll just refer to this again as a build and launch process, is to reestablish our strategic priorities, define some early outcome goals and what we'll continue to refer to as KPIs, those key performance indicators. We want to formalize the board's upcoming approval of what we'll refer to as a working strategic plan framework and begin implementation at the outset of the 25-26 school year. Phase 2 is work that will progress over the course of the entire school year. So that's the co-development and refinement process. So here we want to facilitate broad community engagement with obviously students, staff, families, and our whole community, as well as facilitate department and site level strategy development and ongoing implementation where we monitor early indicators and develop detailed action steps. And then my suggestion is for us to contemplate this upcoming year as a baseline year that really sets the table for how we're going to facilitate a longer range strategic plan that we can map from 2026 through 2030, presented for board formal approval in the spring of 2026. So that timeline in a little bit more detail for you is starting here tonight, and then really setting the table for what we're going to do in June 11th. And we know we have a big study session / retreat plan, so we're going to be deep diving our current data, presenting some KPI drafts, and making sure that we have a very productive and engaging June 11th study session. That will set the table for leadership work sessions where we'll continue to develop that draft framework and then work toward formalizing the board's approval of the working plan as well as those KPIs, which then takes us into August through May of 2026, which essentially I just described for you as that baseline year, engagement with stakeholders, early indicator monitoring, and then again that final strategic plan. So that slide is pretty much just solidifying what that upcoming timeline would consist of. The focus for the June 11th study session, I'm keeping this again pretty high level, but we'll explore our baseline data and trends across a number of what our current categories have been. We'll spend time within the areas of academic achievement. We'll look very closely at what we are doing from a budget and resource allocation perspective. We have an update that will also be facilitated from applied economics relative to enrollment projections, as well as upcoming facilities master planning and capital improvement planning. And then we're also excited to share with you where we're at relative to a communications plan and how that will thread across all of our efforts. So we'll also spend some time in the preview of those draft strategic priorities and those sample KPIs, and most importantly, gathering your input on direction setting for, again, upcoming fall implementation. Just wanted to add a layer of stickiness, if you will, as we examine what are some of those preliminary strategic priorities and example KPIs. So I don't think anything necessarily quote unquote new here, but just going a deeper step into what exactly are those goals and those indicators that we can set as targets for the upcoming year. So within the category of student success, among several others, we'll have early literacy rates, state assessment, achievement and growth, as well as post-secondary readiness. In the category of safe and supportive schools, we'll be looking closely at discipline data, attendance trends, as well as stakeholder perception surveys, excellent staff and leadership, obviously retention rates, leadership pipeline metrics, evaluation data, resource stewardship, including budget to need ratios, again, capital planning efficiency, transparency metrics, Section 5, family and community partnerships, parent engagement, community satisfaction, volunteerism, and then bringing it all home with operational excellence, including a cycle time for key services, tech access utilization, and internal audits. And again, that's just a sample. It's just an example, not meant to be an exhaustive list. And obviously, the results will be what's driving our ongoing effort. So with that, I am open to any questions that you may have and look forward to engaging with you as we go through the next steps of this process.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We have no public comment tied to this line item. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
Thank you, President Rooks. So sorry about that. So question for you, when I look at all of this, well, first of all, thank you for putting all this together. It's great. I'm looking forward to getting into these conversations. When we look at key performance indicators and priorities, I would like to see for like some sort of goal on enrollment stabilization. I think it's kind of worked through here, but it's not specifically said in there so that we're really clear that we are focused on how can we stabilize and make sure that we're not going on that downward trend with student enrollment and so forth. And I'd like to really see that we have some real clear goals and how we're making sure that we're maybe making it go on an upward trend and so forth. And I think it'll probably be included maybe in with the resource stewardship area, but just to make sure we cover that piece. Because I know that's been talked about numerous times across, I think, all of us up here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Proutenfit, do you have any questions?
No questions. Very excited for June 11th.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Are you really excited for June 11th?
I kind of am. I'm not late, though.
It must be getting late. I don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
I just had, again, so I've highlighted real quick. So with phase 1 and phase 2, will that be in that discussion, will that include the facilities update plan that we kind of pushed to fall? Will that be also the opportunity where the board can possibly discuss the selling of the district building? Can that be in that discussion piece?
President Rooks, members of the board, I would say that if that is being contemplated as an action as early as, I don't know if you're telling me that there's an action that's pending.
No,
okay.
Discussion piece.
I think, yes, that's the easiest way for me to answer that. And I would encourage, as we talk about that, a comprehensive approach to thinking about, as we know, we'll have some very important decisions to make across the landscape of all of the district assets, if you will, including a building like district administration, and then we'll be having more conversation as we go forward. So how we frame that is going to be certainly something that we can bring forward for that conversation.
Okay, and then if with the study session for academics, Dr. Hernandez, if it's possible to kind of discuss the part of the plans that we've already, I think, already started to work into having the PAL teachers, moving into helping the teachers in the classrooms or the PAL coaches, versus having that intervention piece of pulling students out to work on their reading, comprehension, reading skills. Just if you could walk us through that at that study session.
President Rooks, I have planned a very comprehensive overview of our achievement data, along with the key initiatives that will go to underscoring the data and the improvements in areas where we want to do the work next, particularly highlighting, I believe we're up to 7 strategies specific to early literacy and literacy, and some really exciting work coming our way to support our students K-3 in the areas you've mentioned, and particularly with grades 4 and 5.
Okay, thank you. And then just the last thing I would just state is, I know it says here resource stewardship, efficient use of budget, capital, and transparent reporting. I just know, I think, Clerk Toby, I think you've mentioned it before, you've liked certain school districts' websites in different states. And I don't know if this is for like Miss Airy, but just working on when we're updating like a website, I think you mentioned having more of a budgeting on our district website. So I think it was like a checks and balances system type thing where you could go on as a community member or a parent or staff member and you can see actually where the checks are going to. I know that we have, the board docs, meeting minutes, but I think just making it more easily accessible of the transactions that are going through on our district website. So I really would love to see more of that kind of idea, because I think, Clerk Toby, that was a great idea that you came up with about that. So, but that was all I had.
President Ricks, if
Yes.
I may, there are districts here in the state that have that same model. And I know we've talked about it, I know with Dr. Summers as well, and it's probably time to do that.
Okay. So that's all the thing I was going to state.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. No further questions, comments. We're going to move on to number 9, address consent agenda. So number 10 looks like here with the consent agenda, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfoot and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote as well.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving now on to 11 items removed from consent. There is none. So moving on to 12 action items. 12.1, U.S. Department of Justice School Violence Prevention Program, SVPP application. And we do have public comment, Mr. Molino. So when you're done, I will go through public comment.
President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests. Tonight I'll be presenting to the Governing Board requesting approval to apply for the U.S. Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Office and their School Violence Prevention Program grant. We'll be covering what the SVPP grant is, who is eligible, and other key facts about this program. The Students, Teachers, and Officers Preventing School Violence Act of 2018, also known as Stop School Violence Act, granted the COPS Office the authority to provide grant awards directly to states and units of local government such as school districts. The purpose is to improve security at schools and on school grounds through evidence-based school safety programs and technology. This grant cycle has a funding capacity of up to $73 million, and each award has a 36-month duration with an award maximum capacity of $500,000 with a local cash match of at least 25%. For school district applicants, the award can be used for items such as metal detectors, locks, lighting, and other deterrent measures, along with items under the technology umbrella such as cameras, door access control, and notification systems with local law enforcement. There are 2 deadlines for the grant application, June 18th for the grants.gov section and June 26th for the Just Grants system. The awards are typically announced in September with a performance starting date of October 1st, 2025. If Peoria Unified is selected for an award, we would return to the governing board for the acceptance of the grant, and that would probably happen in October. We have hired a grant writer and are currently working on the grant application to meet this year's deadline. And at this time, administration is available for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. We do have one public comment, so I'm going to call them up first. You'll have 3 minutes. Anthony Campbell.
Hello, board. School violence is understandably a thing that we want to solve, that I want this problem to be solved. The solution and the COPS application, apart from, metal detectors and locks, it puts like law enforcement in our schools. I feel the metal detectors, like locks and stuff like that, I think those are good. I don't think the law enforcement is a good thing. I think SROs, they can be good, but we also, like I said before, need to understand like sometimes they aren't the only solution. I don't think an increased police presence is a good solution for our schools. I think we should just have like metal detectors and the locks and stuff. So.
Thank you for your public comment. Mr. Molino, thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Molino?
Thank you, President Rooks. I remember, I think we talked about this one before, right? That was one of the ones that we spoke about. So I'm happy whenever we can take advantage of grants, especially grants when it can lead to actually purchasing items, which then you don't, versus like people and positions and stuff, then you don't have to worry about sustainability and so forth. So I'm all for that. I do, I just, when I see these things come across, we are doing a lot to harden our buildings, and we are doing a lot to make sure that there is a police presence, but I don't see, and this is just a bigger question to the board, or just something for the board to consider, is we're not really doing a whole lot to help the wellness of those people we have in the buildings. And I know that certainly SROs can be put in place to help programs like anti-bullying programs and so forth that can help some of that. But I have not seen any sort of comprehensive approach or program that our board or district has put forward on how are we really making sure that those that are within the school are well, so that those within our school walls don't become the actual threat. So, and I don't think we have enough preventative things in place. So when I read this, I was like, great, but then it's also very frustrating that I know that we are so great in this aspect of safety, and we are so lacking in safety and wellness for our students in terms of our programming. So I'd like to see that a little bit more balanced, that's all. Thank you. Oh, and then last question I'll have for you, or just an actual question for you, is I think when these grants have been written before the actual writing comes back to us, where the board approves that, or will this be just, you guys will fill out the application and then it's just submitted, so.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, through the grant writer, we are writing the grant application. We will submit it if the board gives us approval tonight. If we are awarded, we will bring it back to the governing board after the award, which will probably be October of 2025, to accept the award.
Okay, thank you. Just, yeah, wanted to get that clarification. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, any questions?
I agree with Mrs. Ewing that this is one piece of a larger puzzle, but it's a pretty large piece, and I'm grateful for us looking for opportunities to provide safety. One thing I just did want to mention, coming off of graduation craziness, mayhem week, I will say this, anyone that was at those graduations, who got the loudest applause of all the staff members?
The SROs.
Always the SROs. And so no matter what kind of, safety measures, obviously I come from the business industry of security, but it always comes back to a person. So we have great vape sensors, but it always comes back to what do we do with that information, and it comes back to people. And so I was really touched by that with the graduations of how beloved our SROs are. So anything we can do to support safety in schools will always be a thumbs up for me.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Yeah, question. I've read this grant and I thought it was more than $500,000. I thought it was like $800,000, but maybe I read it wrong. This is one grant, correct?
President
And
Rooks,
two
Mrs.
entities.
Bowles, it is $500,000 per award with a 25% match minimum from the school district. So we are looking at about $675,000.
Okay.
But
Thank you for that.
$500,000 award.
Got it.
About 150 to 175,
That makes sense, yeah.
175,000 from our share.
That makes sense when I say the number. I can see it now. And then is it possible to see the grant before it's sent in? Or somewhere in that process?
Our
I
grant
mean-
application?
Well, you would have to write a grant, like, I'll speak to what Ms. Ewing said, when we wrote grants other times for other safety things, they were brought to the board, so we could actually see the grant.
President
before it
Rooks,
was-
Mrs. Bowles, we have 3 weeks
Right.
before submitting, so it depends. We can try, or at least include it in the Friday report. We
That
can't
would be
make the
great.
June 11th application. So we have a tight schedule, and
Yeah, yeah.
that's one of the reasons we hired a grant writer, because of staff time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And then just one more question. It is student, teachers, officers. Are we working with the city as well, or is this just our?
I have had
In our district.
conversations, President Rooks, Ms. Bowles, I have had conversations with one of the police departments. They may be applying directly for some training components for their SROs. We are not including that training component for SROs in our grant because based off consultants have told us that when school districts include training components for the SROs in their grant, they are less likely to get it than if the law enforcement agency applies for the grant directly.
Okay, that
So-
makes sense.
So
Okay.
we're not including for that training component in ours.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments? I know this is your area of expertise, so.
Yeah, so I actually participated in the informational session that the COPS grant office held, and so understandably trying to learn a little bit more about what we can and can't do. Unfortunately, things like fencing, we've heard a lot about fencing, is not part of this grant if I understood that information session correctly, but it does allow for us to provide for other means of security and safety on our campuses. And to Mr. Molino's point, other police departments can apply as well. So we might apply for a $500,000 grant, but nothing is holding the city of Peoria or the city of Glendale to apply for their own, and specifically for training purposes, which I think is great. I do think in the informational session, they did say something about partnering with the city, right? That school district resides in getting at least a letter of partnership. Is that something that we're currently seeking with Peoria and Glendale Police?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, yes, we're actually going to be seeking letters from both agencies along with legislative and other political divisions throughout the state of Arizona, including Mr. Kurtenbach down at AD.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I think any chance that we have, even if we have to do a 25% match, I think this is definitely something that will push our safety stance even farther. And it doesn't have to be something that's over-imposing, right, for our students or for our staff. And I just want to mention that not only are our SROs highly regarded and applauded at our graduations, but going back to the military piece, you know, the Navy came and cleaned up house in Peoria, Arizona, and that was all because of the connection that they made. And I will say that the SROs on campus is more than just a law enforcement presence. You know, it's another trusted adult, that's another trained individual, that's another connection. And so I understand, to Mrs. Ewing's point, President Rooks, I understand what she's saying when it comes to what each of us perceives, but I will say that the Bureau of Justice Assistance tracks SRO activity quite a bit alongside COPS, this grant. And there are quite a number of referrals made by SROs for help and things of that nature. So I think it's about that human connection. I don't want to forget that piece. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Rooks, can I just add something? Sorry, I keep doing that all tonight, but you just reminded me of something. When we were at the Real-Time Crime Center, something that stuck out to me in line with what Clerk Toby just said, our SRO officers have cameras on them. And that is like the quickest real-time response that our whether Glendale, I was at Peoria, that they can see it in real time, meaning what's happening. And I just wanted to put that out there, that we don't have any other person on campus that has that, and that's a big deal. And I just want to say that. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Merlino. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't have any questions. Friday report is totally fine for if the board wants to see if that's possible for the grant narrative. I'm excited about it. I mean, I'm going to take back here a little bit. When Clerk Toby was a parent, I would ask him a lot of questions about the safety realm, because I wanted to really truly understand how measures that you put in place can help offer a little bit of protection. And if we can offer as much protection as possible for our most precious kids in this district, it was amazing listening to what he would talk about. Like, just as simple as, I'm going to use this, but as a rock, you mentioned a rock placements even can just become a deterrent measure of just slowing down anybody trying to come on campus and harm the children. And so I never knew that. I thought that was, I thought they were just rocks. But when you really look into that realm of all of these things that are going in place, it's for protecting the kids. That's what it's for. And I'm all for protecting the kids. And I agree with your philosophy, Clerk Toby, on our SROs. Yes, they're officers, but they take an oath to serve and protect. And under that oath, they will serve and protect those kids on those campuses, which also includes their wellness. They build those relationships with them. They check in on them. They want to know, hey, what's your favorite thing to do at school? They talk to them. They have conversations. They build that relationship so that those officers are checking on those students too. They're doing those daily checks. And I think that that's something that maybe is not as well focused on. I feel like that part's kind of left out a lot, because they're people too. And they care about these kids. So I'm really excited about this. Thank you for all your work that you've done on it. And thank you to our new director who's sitting back there for safety. I appreciate everything you guys have done to really protect our schools and our kids and applying for grants. And I would love to see, Ms. Ari, I'm looking to you and Dr. Summers, at the point of that we're applying for this grant for safety measures, of how we're doing that, thinking outside the box for the M&O that's coming up in the election in November, because that can be something we can share with the community of, hey, we went out for a grant for safety measures. Now we just, kind of getting that story out of, look at what we've done. We're trying everything that we can to make sure that these schools and these students have what they need. And then that kind of piece of leading into the M&O in November. So that's all I was going to say. If no further, Clerk Toby, do you have a comment?
President Brooks, may I make a motion?
Yes.
All right. I motion to approve the district to apply for the U.S. Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Office under the funding opportunity entitled 2025 COPS Office School Violence Prevention Program solicitation.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Mr. Molino. Moving on to 12.2, discussion and consideration of course fees, non-class fees, kids zone, and preschool fees for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Myers, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community. We'll go ahead and launch the presentation, please. It's the last file to the right. There you go. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide information this evening regarding district fees for the upcoming 2025-2026 school year. And attached to this agenda item are fee schedules related to course fees, extracurricular and program fees, food service fees, rental, advertising, community education, and athletic fees. As part of this presentation, I will share information related to the fees in the district as well as highlight recommendations for next year. And policy JQ-EA is the district policy that allows Peoria Unified to charge fees for extracurricular activities, community education programs, as well as course fees for specific high school classes. Extracurricular activities are school-sponsored optional activities that may require an enrolled student to pay a fee in order to participate in generally any optional non-credit activity that supplements the education program of the school is considered to be an extracurricular activity per Arizona Revised Statute 15-342. A fee is an amount that's paid directly to a public school to support extracurricular activities. A fee is no longer required for an activity to be eligible for tax credit. However, if a school does decide to charge a fee for an extracurricular activity, it must not be more than the actual cost of the activity, and it must be adopted by the governing board at a public meeting, and that's what we're doing tonight. And the governing board must also authorize the principal at each school to waive the fee if it creates an economic hardship for the student. So for next year, the fiscal year 2026 school year, there are no recommended changes to high school course fees. For non-course fees, there are recommended changes to the high school parking fee amount, increasing to $100 to offset parking lot maintenance costs and related expenditures. And then, of course, there's a prorated amount listed on the slide as well if the payment is made after January 1st. And in addition, at select elementary schools, some of the classes use an agenda planner. A new $5 replacement charge is being recommended if the planner is lost and needs to be replaced during the year. Also, for the district's eCampus program, there are 2 new American Sign Language classes that are being added this year, or for next year rather, with a $300 fee attached to each class. Also, in the area of food service, once again, for next year, there will be no increases to the food service, cafeteria meal, lunches, etc., that the district offers for our students next year. In the area of athletics, there will be no recommended changes to participation fee costs for student athletes to participate in athletic programs as well as marching band. However, there is an updated gate admission fee schedule that is attached to this agenda item for Peoria Unified, and our athletic director and administration did an analysis over the last year reviewing similar districts to Peoria Unified, and the recommendations and changes with the gate admissions schedule and some of the changes with the packages, there's a new punch card option, etc., really does put us more in alignment with similar districts in size to Peoria Unified for next year. In the area of facility rentals, we do not have any recommended changes to our facility rental fee schedule or what we charge. You'll note we've highlighted that our lifeguard is still at $15 an hour. That amount will most likely change mid-year if the minimum wage increases beyond that amount, effective January 1st. And for advertising, a couple of years ago, we brought forward magazine advertising fees, and now we're going to go ahead and add a couple more new areas. Special event and digital advertising fees are listed on this slide that will allow the district to seek advertisers in alignment with Peoria Unified's advertising policy, which is KHB and KHBR, as an additional source of revenue for district and school activities. This agenda item also includes fees related to Kids Zone and community preschool and community camps and competitions. These fees have been updated by the respective program directors to consider changes in program-related costs. Administration is asking the governing board to consider the proposed course fee, program fees, extracurricular activity fees, and other district fees for the 25-26 school year as presented. And with that, this concludes the presentation. Administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment tied to this line item, but before I go to each board member, I'm going to ask the two in the audience if I think it was distracting a little bit when she was trying to read her statement. So, sorry. Thank you. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Myers?
No, I'm happy to see those additional opportunities added to the for the magazine. If you could go back to those pages, I was just going to see if I could. So can you talk a little bit more about the special events piece of it? Is that just so that it's just another opportunity for all the different things that we do offer, that more companies can be able to have marketing materials there? Is that kind of?
Thank you. President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board, I'm going to ask Mrs. Airy to provide additional context. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, this fee provides us the opportunity to put a process in place to begin to work a little bit more closely with our business community or other organizations that may want to sponsor some of the events that we host or some of the events that are hosted at our school sites. And so this is just that fee that we can begin with in order to put that program or expand that program. Working with our business community has long been a priority of our school district, and to make sure we continue to find ways to strengthen that relationship, this fee will allow us to do so.
Well, I definitely appreciate that being put in there, because I know we have a lot of business providers who are very supportive of Peoria Unified in education, and so I'm sure they'll, hopefully you'll have a big line to be taking advantage of this. So I appreciate that this is in there. And in any way we can try to offset costs on the great events that we are putting together. So I appreciate that, and looking forward to hearing all of the business partnerships we have because of it.
Ms. Proudfoot, any questions or comments?
I did have a question about exactly what you were just talking about. A lot of our schools in their booster club already are utilizing on a site level, kind of leveraging those businesses to offset the cost of student travel or Stuco or a number of other things. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing on a district level isn't impacting the money that the sites are counting on. As a parent who has to approach those businesses on behalf of some of my children's activities, I just want to make sure that we're being mindful that we're not overtaxing the community or trying to collect on a district level and then they are not wanting to do it on a site level or vice versa. I just want the programs to work together and not to compete with each other. So really just a statement, just to be mindful of that. I'm sure you've already thought of that. The only other thing that I had, well, two things actually. If a student is having hardship, financial hardship, how are they expected to communicate that information?
Thank you. President Brooks, Mrs. Proudfoot, members of the governing board, at a site level, administration has the opportunity to work with families and students, and they have mechanisms that are open where communication can occur in a very respectful way, and our principals work very closely with families and students if there's an issue.
Okay, I just don't want to get in a situation where a student has to approach an admin to say like, hey, I really want to do eCampus, but I can't afford it. Just making sure we're mindful of that. And then the third thing, I know I've had several conversations with Dr. Summers about this, but I've had several conversations with community members who are currently using ESA funds who have questions about applying class fees to available classes, being able to, and I can honestly argue both sides of this coin. but that's something that I would love to see us explore as a way of being able to recapture some of that money, as we already have fee schedules in place.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
To add on to what Ms. Prophet just said a little bit, maybe we can have business owners donate money for scholarships for students that can't afford it. I've been that person who has brought that information to admin. And as a parent of freaking way too many booster clubs, I understand what you're saying, because it's usually the same community business people that we, we put the signs out on the football field and all that stuff. And so anyway, just be mindful of that. I have a question, but maybe it's not pertaining to this. Do you charge, okay, so what I'm reading right here is for special events is that we charge a fee to set up a table for a business, correct? That's what I'm reading right there?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, this fee, pending your approval, would allow us to explore those opportunities.
Okay.
So at the events that you currently see listed, we do not currently do that. We have had donations to the district that have been earmarked for certain things, but that does not allow us to provide extensive advertising in return because it is a donation. Through an actual advertising fee, we could explore those opportunities and put together a structure, being very mindful, which actually has been part of the treading lightly into this area of not going to the same well multiple times, so to speak. And so we want to make sure we're working in concert with our schools relative to those who are being approached for donations, being open to all who may want to participate in a program like this, but that we are certainly not soliciting donations from anyone who may already be partnering and supporting a school in another way.
And I think this is great. I know one of the biggest sellers when I would go out and get donations is, hey, we'll put your advertisement in the brochure, or we'll bring you a plaque from our program on cactus that, they make plaques. And so that's great to see that. So in lieu of that, do you ever, I guess maybe at a later date, can we do nonprofit, like helping the community, like I'm thinking of just off the top of my head, car seats that they give away? Can we also include nonprofits to make it a bigger event so that those paying a fee would get more, a larger population out? I know a lot of people in the nonprofit world that we could set up if that's allowed at the same events. Does that make sense?
Mrs. Bowles, make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Do you mean could nonprofits participate in providing a sponsorship or an advertising, part of the advertising program? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm actually asking, I'm around the including hosting a table at an event. It would be, I think it would serve all of us well if we included them. That's all I'm saying. And then we could give more to the community and give more advertisement to those that are paying a fee.
Mrs. Bowles, I would say stay tuned for information coming soon in the fall for a special way we'll be connecting with nonprofits that I think will hit exactly on what you are alluding to.
Okay, and I have connections, so I will help with that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a couple. So with the changing in legislation when it comes to student lunches, I noticed that we're not increasing any of our pricing, which, we have some of the lowest food costs around when it comes to student meals, if I understand correctly. Do you think that the change in what's going to be allowed in school lunches moving forward, even though it hasn't become law yet, is going to have any impact on our cost?
I do not have this evening a prepared response for that specific question, but what I can share is in regard to our food and meal charges, we have been able to maintain in part because of the additional program activities that we participated in with ADE, coupled with a few years ago with some of the pandemic funding that came through as well. You'll note tonight we had attached our food services financial summary, and you'll see we carried a strong fund balance year over year. In part, that's why we've not had to increase fees, but also we're only allowed to have so many months of cash on hand for operations, so it's a balance, and we look at where we can invest in equipment or new tables for a cafeteria, what's permissible. But I'm certain in the fall, when we have the final legislation in place and we see the impact, there'll be a forthcoming report.
And then the other question is, for example, the class fees and the lab fees. Like I just paid my daughter's, lab fees from this last year. Where does it go? Does it go to the school site? Does it go for that program specifically?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Mr. Toby, members of the governing board. All class fees are paid directly to the school through the bookstore at the high school level, and they are recorded and accounted for in an auxiliary fund per statute. That's where we're required to account for it, and it's actually tracked at a class level. So yes, it's at the school level supporting that actual program and class.
And then do the teachers have access to that if they're running the class in the labs? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
I don't have any questions. I guess just maybe if possible, when we are looking at doing our, I think, surveys with our parents and staff and students, but looking at parent perspective of if we can include this in the survey of seeing how parents feel about the class fee schedule, I guess. See if they're in line with the amount, if they're, I just kind of want to get a ballpark of how the parents are responding to the class fees, if that's possible. Sarah, you're nodding your head, so hopefully that's okay. That's the only comment that I have, but thank you, Ms. Myers. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the course fees, non-class fees, kids' zone fees, community preschool fees, facility rental, and related miscellaneous charges and fees for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Moving on to 12.3, Peoria Unified School District RFP, IFB, and bid fiscal year 2025 multi-year contracts. Ms. Myers again.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be here through the remainder of the action items because we have reached the procurement agenda items. And good evening again, President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community. Peoria Unified, as I've shared in the past, does periodically award district RFPs, requests for proposals, invitations for bids, and related solicitations for the procurement of goods and services. And those awards are in place for up to 5 years, renewable annually. And so what we have here is some of those annual renewals that we bring periodically to the governing board. We have on the screen the actual solicitations that are being brought forward for continuation this evening. On the screen, we have the related solicitation number, commodity, awarded vendors, and renewal term and estimated expenditures related to each either bid or RFP. And in the areas of support are landscape equipment, parts and repair services, student services, therapy, assessment, staffing, college and career readiness, software tool, air filter replacement, dairy and juice direct delivery. And so the awarded vendors are also listed, estimated dollar amount, and which year we are within the award. And so this evening, the governing board has the opportunity to consider and possibly take action on the continuation of these district awards for the next year. With that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't. I'm assuming there's no public comment to this.
Yes, no public comment.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. President Rooks.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions for me.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you, President Rooks.
Clerk Toby, you're good? Okay. I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve and ratify the Peoria Unified School District fiscal year 2025 request for proposal, invitation for bids, and bid contract award extensions as presented.
I will
second.
second. Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to say that that was motioned by Clerk Toby, and I feel like Ms. Proudfit. Oh, it was Ms. Ewing? Okay. Ms. Ewing. Sorry, like all three of you went to the mic, so I wasn't sure. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12.4, Cooperative Contract Mojave 240-0116, Band, Cheer, and Team Uniforms. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, I will note with this cooperative contract, you will see the same contract in just a few agenda items on 12.8. And I'll draw your attention to that because we only need to take action on it one time, even though it's a very important area with the uniforms. And so I just want to draw your attention because we don't need to take action twice. But this cooperative contract offers qualified vendors to provide band, cheer, and team uniforms for Peoria Unified School District. 3 awarded vendors are being brought forward this evening: Stanberry Uniforms, Varsity Spirit Fashions, and Victory Gear. The district's estimated annual expenditure is estimated to be approximately $200,000 with the vendors, and the governing board has the opportunity again to consider this cooperative contract for award within the Peoria Unified School District for 1 year and renewable for 4 additional 1-year extensions. With that, the governing board can take action, or I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Nope. Just need a motion on the floor.
I will, President Rooks, I will motion to approve the addition of the Mojave contract 240-0116 for band, cheer, and team uniforms for a period of 1 year with the option to renew for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Ms. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And you can run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. 12.5, Cooperative Contract - Mojave Contract Number 24M 1205, Exterior, Interior Painting, Weatherization, and Other Coating Applications. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Brooks. Members of the governing board, this cooperative contract offers qualified vendors for exterior and interior painting, weatherization, and other coating applications throughout the district. 3 awarded vendors are being brought forward tonight for approval for use within the district. We have Gaster Painting and Coating, Inc., Riddle Painting and Coatings Company, and Royalty Sealants, LLC. The district's estimated annual expenditure is approximately $100,000, and the governing board can consider to take action at this point, or I can also answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Any board members have any questions? No? All right, I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the addition of Mojave Contract 24M-1205, exterior, interior painting, weatherization, and other coating applications for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
We have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And you can run us through voice vote.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12.6, Cooperative Contract - Save Contract Number 24-08-29, Legal Services. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. We have previously brought forward 2 other cooperative contracts for legal services. We're bringing this one forward tonight as well for 2 main reasons. The first is we're recommending 3 of 6 awarded vendors. You'll note that Udall, Shumway, and Gus Rosenfeld have been previously awarded by the governing board. And from time to time, even though we already have a cooperative in place, we may add vendors under a second cooperative. But the main thing is Greenberg-Traurig is not covered under the other 2 cooperatives that have been previously approved by the governing board or by the district's RFP award. And that firm serves as our bond counsel and election counsel. And so that's why we want to make sure we're bringing this cooperative forward this evening. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, or the board certainly could consider taking action at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? No? Okay, so I just need a motion on the floor.
President Rooks, if I may.
Oh, yes, Ms. Bowles.
The Greenberg, is it Trauring?
Trauring.
I heard you say that they are affiliated with bonds, and so that's an upcoming thing that we need. Is that what I'm hearing?
Thank you, President Ricks. Mrs. Bowles, it's not related to an upcoming bond. They serve as bond counsel. We have ongoing reporting that we have to do annually. You'll recall last year Peoria Unified did a bond refunding. They served as our counsel for that. They also serve as our counsel when we have elections. They're supporting us on the district's work that we're required to do with county elections for our upcoming election, as an example. So this is not tied to a future bond election at this point, but they have served as the district's bond counsel.
Okay, so they have served or are they new to us?
No, they've been with us for years.
Oh, I misunderstood what you said. Okay, thank you.
All right, no further questions. I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the addition of SAVE Contract 24-08-29 Legal Services for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by Ms. Proudfit. And grant
It
us
was
your-
Mrs. Ewing, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Ewing. You two sound like the same down there. Sorry. By Ms. Ewing, if you could run us through your voice vote.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on to 12.7, Cooperative Contract -TIPS 230105, Technology Solutions, Products and Services to Add Diligent Corporation. Whew. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. This contract will offer a qualified vendor for the district to utilize for our new board meeting system. We mentioned earlier this evening we're moving to Diligent Community, and Diligent Corporation is the platform. It's also the platform for board docs. And even though you'll note the dollar amounts, approximately $25,000, anytime we have a procurement for a commodity or a vendor, that's $10,000 up to $100,000 at a minimum. It needs to be procured through quotes. It's already on a cooperative contract. We're bringing it forward so it's covered as we move forward with the new software product. And so with that, administration is available to answer questions, or the governing board certainly could take action to approve the cooperative contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? I know this was going to be replacing the board doc, so if there's any questions.
I just want to say, heck yes, that we're getting a new product. Board Docs has really been hindering us this year. It has been a struggle this year, and so I'm really glad to see that we're introducing a new product.
Thank you. If I may, it's the same umbrella, parent company, Diligent, but yes, there'll be a new software under that parent company.
Awesome. All right, well, if no further questions. Oh, yes, Ms. Ewing.
It's not really just a question. I'll just put it here, even though it could be for later. But I think it'd be great to just have a copy of that contract available to us in a Friday report, just so we can take a look at how that reads, if that's okay. So it's not really I don't know if that's a question, but
thank you.
That'd be great.
Perhaps later in the agenda, there'll be an opportunity, thank you, to make that request.
For future agenda items, we can do that.
No, yeah, all right, I'll put it in there, because just be a Friday report, so.
Okay, great. No further questions or comments. I just need a motion on the
President
floor.
Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
Why are these not in the consent agenda? Under consent agenda? Why are they under action items? Just for sake of time, that's all. That's why I'm asking that.
We had previously talked about this. It's for things that were over $100,000. We
All right,
want to
that's
just
what I thought
be
you said.
transparent with the community.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem, thanks.
Okay. So I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to add the vendor presented for use by the Peoria Unified School District under the TIPS contract 230105, Technology Solutions, Products and Services for the period of 1 year, renewable for up to 3 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
So a motion made by Clerk Toby and a motion made by Ms. Proudfit. I was watching over here. If you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12.8, the Cooperative Contract Mojave 240-0116 Band, Cheer, and Team Uniforms. I know that we already voted on this. So do we just need to do another vote, or?
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board.
Move on.
If you would consider tabling this particular agenda item, that would address it. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So I will motion to table the 12.8 Cooperative Contract Mojave 240-0116 Band, Cheer, and Team Uniforms.
I'll second.
So I have a motion to table by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12.9, RFP 25-30-06, Sports Field Marketing Services and Repair Award.
Thank you. Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, we have reached our last procurement agenda item this evening. It is a Peoria Unified Solicitation, a request for proposal that was brought to the governing board for approval for issuance on December 12th, 2024. And the purpose of the RFP was to establish a contract with a qualified vendor who would be able to provide the district with sports field marketing. Let me say that again, pardon me, marking services. So sports field marking services and repairs. This solicitation is designed to cover 1 year with 4 renewals that are available after award. And the recommended vendor is VP Construction Services, LLC, doing business as Sports Lines. The proposal was reviewed and deemed the most reasonable and responsive offer, meeting all of the requirements within the solicitation. The district's estimated annual expenditures, approximately $125,000 a year. I'm available to answer any additional questions you have, or you may consider taking action at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? No? All right. I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the request for proposal 25-30-06, Sports Field Marking Services and Repair, award to VB Construction Services, LLC, doing business as Sports Lines for the sports field marking services and repair needs for 1 year, with up to 4-year annual renewals for a total of 5 years.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers, this evening. Moving on to 13, closing public comment. 13.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have one public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Wendy R.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thanks. I'm sorry. In 2006, we bought our home in Vistancia. I remember driving up and down Deer Valley and watching Liberty High School complete its build and open. And for many years after, I remember thinking that'll be the school that my kids go to. And I stand here today as the parent of 3 children who have graduated. They're all 18 and over, and we're entering our new era. And I just want to thank all the superintendents and the board members, all the principals, all the teachers, and all the school nurses, and all the other support staff that got my girls. We opened Lake Pleasant. The year they opened, I had a kindergartner and a 3-year-old preschooler. The following year, I had a first grader, a 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old preschooler. And with the class of 2025, my baby is moving on. Some people may say that that means I don't have a dog in this fight, but I want you to know that I'm invested in Peoria. We stayed here, we put our roots down, and we intentionally came here to raise our children here. It's been an amazing place to raise our family. I have no regrets. And to the mom out there who's starting kindergarten for the first time, I just want you to know that you made a great choice bringing your child to this district. I do want to just say one last thing. The Liberty Sports Medicine Program, I just want to really just say what an amazing experience. It was completely unexpected. My daughter earned a CTE graduation endorsement, and we had a great experience there. I had a daughter who played 4 years of soccer and another one who participated heavily in a choir all 4 years of her experience. So thank you, Peoria. I'll still be around, but this moment felt so far away. And I just wanted to say thanks. I'm really happy. I love you guys. You guys are doing great. This board is doing amazing things, and the future looks bright for Peoria. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment. Thank you. Moving on to 14, informational reports. 14.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Airy.
President Rooks, nothing to add to the report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 14.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. I do not have a report tonight. Thank you.
Moving on to 14.3, district budget report for the month of April 2025. It's available on here, our website. Moving on to 14.4, district enrollment report for the month of April 2025 is also available. Moving on to 14.5, report on requested future agenda items. Dr. Summers, do you want to clarify on any of those, or is that just available for everybody to view?
President Rooks, thank you. It's just for your review. So I think it's being separated out from the actual conversation that you will have at an upcoming agenda item. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 15, other business. 15.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items, which this might be the last one we have. So, Ms. Ewing, do you have anything you want to readdress on the agenda?
I just want to say, is this our last meeting with Mrs. Myers? Because if it is, we did not address that.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. I will be here for June 11th and on June 25th. That will be my last meeting. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, I just want to make sure that we recognize that if there was last. And I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Rose, but I know that's not something we readdressed, so, but anyway, thank you.
Ms. Profit, do you have anything you want to readdress?
I sure don't.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have anything you want to readdress on the agenda?
No, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have anything you want to readdress? No? Okay. I'm just going to readdress, I'm very excited for our interim director of special ed, Landa Tartilago. She's amazing, and I can't wait to see all the work that she does. I've heard so many wonderful things about when she worked at Kachina, so congratulations to her, and I look forward to working with her. So. Moving on to 15.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Ewing.
I said it earlier, but I'll just say it so it gets added, but just that contract, if we can just have that in a Friday report, I think that'd be great. That's all I have for now.
I will second for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any future requests?
I do. I'm just going to formalize my request that the district look into creating a situation where we can offer classes that have empty seats to members of the community receiving ESA funds. Probably a discussion item, or actually it could probably just be a Friday report.
Do you see?
Dr. Summers, you have an opinion on
just
that?
I can
waiting for the
second it. I can
clarification.
second it.
Okay.
But if I was making sure you had clarification, but yes.
So which one are we asking for?
Are you talking about the
Discussion
class
item.
fees, or do you want?
Pardon me, President Rooks. Would you like that in a Friday report or a discussion, future discussion?
I think I'd like it a discussion item, but knowing that it's not imminent, because we're already through.
So sometime in the future discussion.
Sometime in the future, but not like pressing, but
Not a
like
June 11th study
getting
session
the ball.
discussion item.
I would like to add it to the June, I'm kidding, not June 11th study session, but.
Okay,
I will second that for you.
thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any future request agenda items?
President Rooks, yes, I have a future agenda item that I would like to discuss, create policy around, and it'll probably be, we have time to do this, but sooner better than later, regarding HB 2164, Arizona Healthy School Act that bans ultra-processed food in Arizona public schools that participate in federal funding meal programs. If you don't know, the law takes effect 26, 27, but again, sooner than later because our kids deserve that, so.
I will second that. It's a good one. Dr. Summers, you good?
President Rooks, Ms. Bowles, thank you. Just a quick note, we are preparing that as part of an upcoming presentation. I believe we're targeting early July for our food service director to provide not only that information, but additional information around the whole program. So just wanted to flesh that out a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
So it's in the works.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any other requests?
Just to add to that, again, a community member that I know, if this would help, great. If not, that's fine too. But come in and even train. He's a culinary teacher at the college level, and I just went to lunch with him today, and he's teaching nutrition to doctors so they can teach their patients. So we're thinking outside the box. Where else can we bring this? If that means cafeteria, dietary needs, nutrition, education, there's free community resources out there. If that's something you guys could use, I will make sure that gets to the right people in the district.
I will second that for that.
Great, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any future request agenda items?
Just to, I think that at least starting the discussion about the school calendar, I think there's been a lot of chatter about school calendar and how early we're starting this year, and it seems to progressively get a little bit earlier the next couple of years. So not being on the board when that decisions were made, I would just like to understand better the process and the reasonings why, because it's something that I'm hearing very loud and clear from the community about us coming back at the end of July.
I will second that.
And then the second thing is about the weekly whistle. I know that we get our own Friday report as governing board members, but I think there's some diverging information that might be being sent out to administrators. So I think if we could be copied on the weekly whistle as a board.
I will second that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I only had one request. I would like to see, and Hernandez already knows, the federal grant narrative of the ramps to Elevate Ed. I just would love to have a copy of that once it becomes available so that we can see what the language is updated at the federal level.
I will second.
Thank you. And that is all of the requests that I have too. So moving on to 16 adjournment, 16.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second that motion. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Clerk Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting adjourned at 10:13 p.m.